our meeting. Just to remind everyone that we are live streaming this on YouTube and it's being recorded. If people can wait for me to announce them before they speak. And request that mobile phones are turned off or put to silent. So we have an apology from Councillor Posselt, and we have everyone here. Councillor Coates has just arrived, and Deputy Lord Mayor's not here, but I don't think we've got an apology from her. I'll start with an acknowledgement to country, and just to acknowledge a significant milestone this week for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and in fact all people of colour that have experienced racial discrimination. The 31st of October, which is a bit later this week, 50 years ago in 1975, there was the proclamation of the Racial Discrimination Act, which was Australia's first federal human rights law, and came just a short while after the formal abandonment of the White Australia policy. So it is a really important part of Australia's response in becoming a modern, peaceful and inclusive nation. And it's a milestone for this week. Okie doke. So the minutes of our last meeting, would someone like to move those? Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Is everyone happy with those minutes? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 3 is transfer of agenda items. Are there any items proposed to be transferred on the open or closed agenda? There being none, we'll move on to communications from the Chair. And I do have a communication this month because it's been a really significant couple of weeks for the City of Hobart. So the City of Hobart has been recognised in 3 significant ways over the past 2 weeks. Hobart was ranked in the top 4 council areas nationally in the Australian Livability Census, as voted by 29,000 people nationally. This result reflects how positively our own community feels about living in Hobart and the quality of life we enjoy here. It's great recognition of our collective efforts to make our city welcoming, well-connected and sustainable. The second award was the Expedia Group named Hobart as one of the global trending destinations for its 2026 in its 2026 Travel Trends Report. Hobart was listed among the top 10 destinations of the year internationally and highlighted our growing international appeal and our reputation for authentic, nature-rich and cultural experiences. And we also got a tick for being a sustainable destination. I think there was a couple of the ones in the top 10 got that tick, and Hobart definitely got that as well. And the third one is the Condé Nast Traveller 2025 Readers' Choice Awards, which is a really significant international tourism award. It recognised Hobart as the 10th best small city in the world, and that's defined as cities with a population of under 350,000 people. So I think it's really important to recognise that formally in our meeting, thank all of you as elected members for your contributions to that, and thank of course all of our staff and all of the hard work they do, as well as our community and the business community as well, that everyone works together to create that kind of recognition. Thank you. So item 5 is the notification of council workshops. So on the 13th of October, there was a Taswater briefing on their prices and services. There was focus on the reforms to councillor numbers and allowances, the Greater Hobart Plan update, and discussions on the future of City Hall. And then on the 20th of October, we discussed the Local Government Amendment Targeted Reform Bill, the Safer Hobart Officer Program proposal, a policy for unsolicited proposals, the City of Hobart Advocacy Work Report for 2025 to 2029, Communications and Engagement Guide, and the Derwent River Ferry Expansion Update. Okay, so that's the workshops. We now move on to item 6, which is public question time. And I understand we have received notice of a question from Simon Bradford, if Simon is here. Simon, would you like to come forward and ask your question?
My name's Simon Bamford, and I have a question for the council. The State Parliament is going to retable the University of Tasmania Protection of Land Bill in the lower house. My questions related to that are, does the Hobart City Council support the statutory rezoning of the land parcels above Churchill Avenue as defined and drawn in the amendment of the bill? Secondly, if you don't support statutory rezoning, will the council ask the government to remove that aspect from the bill? And third related question, in November 2024, did members of the council staff assist you in the boundaries of this subject land?
Thank you. I'll ask the CEO to read out the response that's been prepared.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Bamford. So in response to the three questions, so number one, so the Council has not formally considered the University of Tasmania Protection of Land Bill 2024 and thus doesn't have an endorsed position. The land falls within the Mount Nelson and Sandy Bay Neighbourhood Plan area. We have engaged with the community on the potential approach with this plan. The next step will be to circulate a directions paper with proposals for strategic and land use planning within these suburbs and may address rezoning of the land. This has not been finalised or considered by elected members at this stage. Question 2, given that there's no endorsed position on the rezoning and or the bill, there is no intention to ask the government to alter the bill. And question 3 is that officers were consulted during the process and contributed feedback. The technical land use planning feedback was provided after stating our recommendation that the usual statutory processes for rezoning land should be followed rather than rezoning through legislative processes.
So Mr. Bamford, that written response will be sent to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, bye-bye.
Now, are there any other public questions that anyone would like to put forward? Would you like to come forward and just say your name?
Hello, my name's Dr. Jenny Connor. I'm a South Hobart resident, and I wrote an email to City of Hobart last Monday, and excuse me, as I'm yet to receive a response, I thought I'd come here and ask my questions. It's in relation to the sudden closure of South Hobart Ground for 4 weeks recently over the school holidays. I've also given some copies to the lady at the front if anybody wants to have a look at that email, so I'm not going to go over that again. So my questions are, will Council consider community access during the rehabilitation period which occurs after the soccer season whilst fencing off vulnerable areas to regenerate? We're still awaiting the dashboard for bookings, which was due in September. Do we have a date for the booking system to go that will go live, or the booking dashboard? And will the Council reopen the conversation with South Hobart Football Club and Football Tasmania about a dedicated ground for high-level soccer in the City of Hobart? Thank you.
The CEO has said that he needs to take that one on notice, and we'll get back to you before too long. Are there any other public questions? Being none, we will move on. Thank you for coming in and engaging with us. So there is some responses to public questions taken on notice. If someone would like to move, they be received and noted. Moved by Councillor Kitsos, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 7 is supplementary items, of which there are none, I don't think. Item 8 is indications of conflicts of interest. Items being none. Item 9 is petitions, and I'm pretty sure we don't have any. No. So we'll move on to officer reports now, and the first one of those is the memorials policy, which has had a couple of goes in workshops over the last few months. Would anyone like to move that? Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott?
Lord Mayor. This is one that I've had discussions with the director around on a couple of occasions, and they've been really constructive, and I'm really pleased with how the final policies came about. From memory, I think this is the first item that I've been able to see through from proposal through to completion. I identified that we had a gap in terms of the memorials policies, and I think this is a really important document to have in place, and I think that the outcome that we have here will serve us well in making future decisions. So I'm pleased to say that I support the recommendation for this policy to be implemented.
Any other discussion? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 11 is the annual complaints and compliments 2024-25. There's a recommendation moved by the Deputy, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 12 is the South Hobart Oval Change Rooms and Pavilion Development Funding Request, moved by Deputy, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Any discussion about this? No discussion? Okay, I'm just going to ask if I can, sorry. I'm supportive of the general proposal. I guess my only question from a governance perspective is why it just feels a little bit out of sync with our normal budgetary process, and it's quite a significant request of $500,000. I'm just wondering what happened that we couldn't consider this in some depth through our budgeting process last year, and yeah, because I guess that allows us to weigh up all of the requests and all of the needs a bit more in a pool.
Lord Mayor, we have done some work with the club to clarify and really tease out some of the overall expenses. We have been doing that as this year has progressed, so we weren't in a position to put forward this budget bid at the time of the normal bids late last year.
Late last year, was it? Oh.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, the discussions with the club have been ongoing during this year, so after the financial year commenced. So we weren't in a position to understand exactly what the scope and the costs of the work were going to be at the time that we were putting in all the capital works bids late last year.
Yeah, CEO is going to add some.
Look, I'll just add, look, it is usual for staff to put forward recommendations for amendments to the capital program or the operational program, usually capital program, because this was, so that happens normally through our amendment, our report that we would generally put in once a quarter or once a month. But in this case, because it was such a substantive ask, we thought it warranted its own specific item for the council to be able to consider it, rather than following our usual process, which is largely to incorporate it in the broader set of amendments.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 13 relates to the state government's reforms of councillor numbers and allowances, and there is a submission, a draft submission to the Tasmanian Government. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Harvey, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Any discussion on the recommendations? Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I rise to oppose the Liberal Government's proposed reduction in the representation on this council and others. The proposal is based on the claim that a reduction in numbers will somehow improve diversity and capacity on councils, which is clearly not true. It is actually very clear that diversity will reduce if representation is reduced. and no amount of extra money in my pay packet will induce me to pull up the ladder behind myself and make it more difficult for those who follow to get elected. The hypocrisy of this proposal by the Liberal government is also not lost on me. It's only a few years since they increased the size of their own parliament with the stated aim of increasing diversity and capacity in that parliament. They cannot have it both ways. The reduction in councillor numbers will clearly reduce diversity and capacity on councils, just as it reduced diversity and capacity in the parliament when the numbers were cut to 25. Finally, I don't see any need for a large pay rise for councillors, especially when it appears to be more of an inducement than anything else. The median salary in this state is just above $50,000, and I believe the proposal to pay part-time councillors that same wage is excessive. I see no reason to support any of these reforms, and I would urge my colleagues to look past the pay rise and focus on the negative effects of reducing our diversity and reducing our capacity to represent ratepayers. Thank you, Chair.
Further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
I would like to point out that when it comes to having alternative income, which on 45 or 54,000 would not support a family, you would need alternative income. And I have found that there has been effectively a creep in the amount of hours required in office hours in this council in particular, and I believe that is quite significant in other councils, which means that it's far more difficult to find alternative income to support yourself and your family outside. So if there is an expectation to continue to increase the hours within working range hours, then it should also be such that one increases the remuneration appropriately. For instance, this particular council decided to move this meeting from a 5 o'clock start, which had been happening, I suspect, for quite a long time, to 4 o'clock. That might not mean a lot to some people, but it actually, when it was across 2 or 3 meetings, sometimes in a week, this could actually really affect me quite negatively. I had to replace myself at my office, and it meant lost income or working more hours outside terms, which is not really what I'd signed up for, to be honest, in the beginning. So, and I don't see other people like myself very commonly in this place, and I think that people who have the skill sets that I do should be encouraged to be here. And it shouldn't be that you have a partner who has a good income that you need to rely on more because you simply won't be contributing to your family as much as you used to. It shouldn't be that you would be concerned about being able to make your mortgage payments because you are now living on something that you'd probably earn more on Coles. And it's not necessarily fair to suggest that it's always a part-time role. The hours that I put into this role are significantly more than 10 to 12 or 15, as sometimes is quoted. And that is because that is what I believe the job entails. It should be paid respect. It's a privilege to be here. We are here to serve our community, but how much should we give of ourselves when our family is in fact paying the price? So I totally appreciate Councillor Weiberger's point of view. I absolutely do. But it should never be about that we simply give of ourselves and then apologise to our families when we go home because we simply do not have the money in the coffers to pay the ordinary bills.
Further discussion? Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Keep this relatively high level. I think one of the problems with motion is we're trying to provide a City of Hobart view. I think, to be fair, views on reform around these issues are so varied and so wide, but it almost becomes disingenuous to try and provide a consolidated one because inevitably, you just cannot reconcile different views on this issue. I think this is a scenario where our view should be, but we don't take an official position. It's up for individuals to put forward feedback, to provide discussions on certain topics. It's a very difficult area for reform because ultimately I think they're grappling with what's a good model that works for the Launcestons and Hobarts of the world versus Sorrel, where the people of Sorrel didn't have an election. They didn't have enough candidates run. Or, communities such as King Island, Flinders Island, where, local representation is so important. So I just think this is an area where us trying to do a feedback and a comment as a council doesn't actually help the situation, and it's up to us as individuals to provide our response, and it's up to individuals who work within this organisation to provide a response. They work in the sector. And look, I agree with some of the reforms they're proposing. I disagree with some. I would have an alternative model if it was my view, and I'll be providing feedback where I can and where I'm able and where I think it adds value. But saying that we should provide this as a feedback back on behalf of the City of Hobart, I just think tries to muddy the waters a little bit and say, well, here's the view of the City of Hobart, and then when I full well know, if I scratch the surface, that's not the consolidated view of everyone in this room. And I know it's an attempt to try and get a sort of compromise, but I just find that sometimes we're better off saying, look, there's not a broad level agreement on this, and so therefore we invite people to submit individually. And to be honest, the Office of Local Government can receive all those individual feedbacks and come to their own determinations and hopefully have a good look at all that input. So, look, I find myself unable to support a motion on this tonight, albeit there's a lot of stuff in this motion that I actually agree with, but I'll be putting my own submission in, both as a councillor and a member of the Tasmanian community who cares deeply about local government.
Any further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Notwithstanding Councillor Coates' points, which I agree with around the difficulty in coming to a collective view, I do support the submission as it's written, and I will also be doing my own individual submission just to call out things that, or make suggestions on things that I feel more strongly about. But when it comes to the reducing numbers versus the salary sort of, not salary, but the allowance sort of question, it's really a question between, do you want to professionalise the role of councillor, or do you want to keep the diversity or even increase the diversity? Because we could increase the size of the council, which increases diversity, but you would have to lower the salary further. But I agree with the proposal, which is professionalising the role of council and offsetting that by reducing the councillor numbers. And I think it's something we also need to be very self-conscious of, because obviously if I was elected 10th, 11th or 12th, I'd be very worried about capping the numbers at 9. So we have to make sure that we're keeping our own sort of self-interest in check here. And it's the same thing with amalgamations. I wholly support amalgamations too. And until we get state government with the bravery to take that on, I think the reduction in numbers makes sense. I think increasing the allowance makes sense, because we, in my opinion, need to definitely attract more people with a business mindset, in my opinion, people that treat our community members like customers, as if they were voluntary customers that want to buy our services, rather than the sort of model we have where we force our customers to use our service. And if it's a step in that right direction, but so overall happy with the submission, but I encourage everyone to put in their own. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do understand some of the points that has been made, and I very strongly am leaning towards the points made by Councillor Lohberger. I think he has made some valid points. Now, recognizing and realizing that it is not a matter of coming in 9th, 10th, or 11th, or 12th. That's not the point. In one term, you can come in as the 11th. In the following term, you might come in as the 6th or the 7th. So that consistency doesn't always stand. Regardless of that, I think for me, it is my understanding, and I stand corrected, that in the past, elected members gave free service at this council, and I stand corrected. Now, I come with the same motivation. It is not the money that brings me here. It is now that I'm in the stage of my life where I can contribute and give back to the society. So it's not the money that attracts me. Point number 2, no matter how much you pay, 100,000 or 200,000, that doesn't mean we will get professional people or talented people. Beside the point, what happens in politics, you tend to get people who are popular. It's the politics of the place. So you can have a very fantastic candidate, but that candidate will lose because that particular candidate hasn't got the numbers. So, to say that because we pay them more, they will be more professional, I have my questions, I have my doubts. Point number 3 that I want to make here is this, that to reduce from 9 to 12 and increase $10,000, as it were, somewhere around there, is not much, really. It is simply trying to, in my view, that the government is not able to bite the bullet to amalgamate. And this is another way of doing it. I think it's time that the government stood their ground, made the decision, and amalgamated. And once that happens, and that's where the problem is, then I think things will be seen quite differently. But as for who comes in, who's elected, it's a different ballgame. You can't get everyone you think going to be professional and qualified. There are different views in there. But those are the points I make. For me, I'm here not because of money, it's because I want to serve at this age and stage of my life. Thank you.
Alderman Zuko?
Yes, Lord Mayor. I was one of those elected members that stood when the remuneration was 0. At that stage, Lord Mayor, I had 13 businesses and 75 staff. It used to cost me quite a considerable amount of money to come to council meetings. I was one of those fortunate ones that could afford that. But there are other people out there, probably not, who were not as successful at the time like I was, that may not have put their hand up. Or there could have been a young person out there that would have loved to perform the role, but for $40,000 a year, where in the private sector they could be earning at least $100,000 a year, I would say that young person might go to the private sector. If we are serious about being elected representatives representing our city, you've got to be serious about the way they are remunerated. It's not about money. It's about being adequately compensated for a service you're providing the city, irrespective of what spectrum you have in your political dialogue. Whether you're Liberal, Labor, Green or otherwise is irrelevant. But if you want to put your foot in the door to represent the community, I believe you should be remunerated accordingly. I remember those early days, Lord Mayor, as I said to you, there was a state parliamentarian, a state upper house member, and the Mercury actually did a story on Marty Zuko and the state upper house member who was complaining about all his workload. So we had to do a comparison in a week of Marty Zuko and a week of this upper house member. And my week was so busy it was unbelievable, and even my time that I was devoting to council at the time, because there was a big debate on the sewerage aspect at the time and it was a daily occurrence, I was actually spending more time as a local member of council than this parliamentarian was, and that was quickly shut down by this parliamentarian. Never ever got up again and said his workload was too much. My thoughts are in the papers today, but not only that, there's a couple of people that mention amalgamations. Well, all I can say is read the editorial tomorrow and see what's going to be in the paper tomorrow on the editorial. But I do agree with Councillor Coates here in regards to this submission. I'm not being detrimental to it, but there are some things that some of us agree on, some things some of us don't agree on, right? To me, it would have been more appropriate for us to go through these one by one and vote on one by one. But I'm not going to push that, Lord Mayor, because I'm putting in my own submission anyway, because I can understand those elected members who don't want to reduce the numbers. I do. I can understand those elected members that want amalgamation. I do, and have been pushing that for over 20 years now. And I actually spoke to two different members of Parliament from two different spheres of the political spectrum over the last few days, and the problem is they're too scared. Those guys over there who put legislation into us on what we should do are too scared to make and bite the bullet. But I will say this, it really annoys me that there's one rule for us, there's one rule for them. To my point of view, we are representatives of the community, just like they are, in a different way. And we should have the same set of rules, the same set of regulations. And I still believe that the remuneration, irrespective of whether someone's retired or not retired, I'm sort of semi-retired these days, and I contribute to this council as much as I need to do. Can I have a minute, please, Lord Mayor?
Moved for an extra minute by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Yes.
And irrespective of my fellow elected members' differing views or opinions, I believe they all should be remunerated accordingly, because we are the ones that answer the phone. Have you tried to contact a state politician or a federal politician? You ain't going to get through. But our phone numbers, we answer them. So in the sense of our remuneration, for me to be contacted at 1 o'clock in the morning and answer a ratepayer concern, I think I'm doing a lot better than the guys that are getting whatever. So we need to pay the appropriate remuneration to entice younger people into this chamber, because I was the youngest ever elected when I first stood. I could afford it. A lot of other people couldn't. So I support the reforms, but they've got to go further. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, it's only natural for self-preservation and self-interest that certain individuals who would probably fear losing their position here would want to vote against this. The fact of the matter is, I've never spoken to anyone who's emphatic about councils not amalgamating. Every single person I speak to out there says 29 councils is a joke. So that's the bottom line I'm looking at. And surely this is the first step in there. It's not if, it's when the amalgamation happens. It's just going to happen. It just cannot go on any longer that we've got 29 councils in Tasmania with 29 different computer systems for rates and 29 graders and all the extra costs involved in that. It's going to happen. So surely this is a good way of minimising the pain for that to happen. This is a transition to that. It's going to happen overnight. When the amalgamation happens, Glenorchy and Hobart, as per the recommendation, half of the elected members in here will lose their jobs, at least. Fact, it's going to happen. They've got more population than Glenorchy here. They've got slightly more votes. So you know, it's going to happen. And if I'm still around, I'll lose my job. Too bad, you know. So as I say, I think this is the correct way to go here. It's reducing the pain in the long term. We've got to stand above self-interest in the matter, and we're voting, and I fully support the recommendations of reducing. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I agree with a lot of what has been said around the table, and I thank my fellow colleagues for sharing their thoughts. I'd like to just focus on, for me, one of the reforms that I think is really quite wonderful, and that is talking about the definition of serious councillor misconduct. I think some of the... Is that the next one?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll cover that off in the next item then. I think there's issues that we're talking about as discussed by Alderman Zuko today in the paper, and some of the comments that he's made around the table as well. I appreciate that sentiment with regards to allowances. I also appreciate the point of view with regards to reduction and some of the comments that Councillor Kelly has said as well. It's really difficult for me because I don't know, I find myself agreeing on some points with others, and I think some people have already made that comment. If we could have taken it individually, it may have been a really good idea, because I find myself agreeing with some things and disagreeing with others. But on the whole, I do agree with what has been put forward, so thank you so much.
Further discussion? I'd like to say a couple of things. I support the submission. I wanted to just use the time to provide a little bit of perspective and thoughts on what I think is unfortunate commentary about the issue of remuneration for local government. It did look, and the talent inside local government, and it led me to look into, do a little bit of looking into the incredible richness and diversity of talent around just this table, and we are just only one council, but I just wanted a moment to speak to that. So we have business people around this table, several of whom have run multiple businesses, as Alderman Zuko said, and in hospitality, entertainment, accounting, but also we have people who've run businesses in other countries, and people that have established and run large not-for-profit businesses and organisations. We have people that have established and run consultancy businesses. In terms of tertiary qualifications, this group reflects the Hobart community with its very high level of educational attainment. There are 10 bachelor degrees around the table and 4 postgraduate degrees. And what's remarkable is the diversity of tertiary qualifications from law, journalism, music, nursing, management, education, health sciences. And in terms of life and work experiences, we also have an incredible depth of talent and diversity in the room. We have people who've worked and excelled in landscape conservation, emergency food relief, HR, a minister of religion, a paramedic, a union representative, worked in international climate policy, as policy advisors to state and national MPs, medical research, and in tertiary and secondary teaching. So we know from organisations like the Institute of Company Directors, a good guarantee of strong governance in organisations is when there's a diversity of experiences. And I think given the media commentary recently, it's worth recognising and celebrating the incredible representation that we have here at the City of Hobart. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands. All those in favour?
In favour, I'm showing Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Kitsos, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Councillors Dutta, Coates and Loberg.
That's carried. So now we'll move on to item 14, which is the Local Government Amendment Targeted Reform Bill 2025 Exposure Draft Consultation. Moved by Deputy, seconded by Councillor Loberger. Any discussion around this or questions? There being none.
Sorry, yes. Sorry, just further to my commentary before, just around some of the changes. I'm sure everyone has had a read of the draft bill, and in particular section 28 ZR, and some of those particulars under section 2A through to D as well. I do note some of that conduct around what is considered unlawful, as well as actual potential harm or risk, and how the conduct impacts negatively. It goes on to state various different things as well. So I'm really quite encouraged by some of that extra addition. I know a lot of us have had some concerns around some of the code of conduct processes, and so I think in terms of the behaviour and what is considered serious councillor misconduct, I know from my personal opinions and perspectives and experiences here in this particular chamber, these reforms are welcome. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
I just wanted to point out that I'm very happy to see that the recommendation that we discussed in workshop about that all complaints for code of conducts would be directed to TASCAT, simply because there'd be a level of consistency and professionalism so that we have a more standardised outcome and process, I think would probably give a lot of people comfort in a very difficult time.
Alderman Zuko.
Just like the allowances, Lord Mayor, this one here is and I'll say this, our Parliament, because I consider the whole lot of them over there at this point in time not willing to actually come out with proper reform for local government. They're just tinkering at the edges. It's just like a feather duster. And to my point of view, again, I'll make this point. If our state parliamentarians have to run and abide under a set of rules and regulations, we should be the same, exactly. They should, and this is the reason why I get so irate sometimes with our parliamentarians over there, because you know they've got one set of rules and we've got another set of rules. Yes, we are a creature of state parliament, but surely if we as representatives of our community, irrespective of the level that we're going to represent our community, should have one level of oversight, and it could be an oversight body that's looking over our state, federal and local government representatives. Makes life easier so we don't have all these different sets of rules.
Discussion. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Yes, I support this submission too. I'm particularly looking forward to strengthening the sort of local government charter so that councils have more direction and guidance around what is in their scope and what we should be focusing on. Like Alderman Zuko, I think it really is tinkering without really hitting to the core issues. I recommended during workshop that when it comes to code of conducts, that all code of conduct complaints should go through TASCAT. I think that makes complete sense from the perspective of being efficient and having professional lawyers look at things so that decisions are made objective with a legal lens, so that we could try and get some sort of doctrine of precedent being followed, because I can speak from experience at the moment, because there's major issues when it comes to that, as well as in relation to natural justice in a lot of occasions. But I would, like Alderman Zuko said, I'll be in my own submission on this topic. I'll be urging the state government to be a lot bolder and to recognise the double standards they have at play in terms of, if you look at the Parliament's code of conduct, it's really nothing like ours. Ours goes down into micromanagement, which really, I would argue, is in conflicts with the implied freedom of political communication that falls out of the Constitution, and I'll probably have news to come on that in the next few months. So I think that standards that we are bottom-dwelling politicians, we are politicians all the same, and I believe that we should be held to the same sort of standard as state government. And just thinking of the time and the money and the stress that comes with the abundance of code of conducts, a lot of that could be done without, if we are bound by the same laws and regulations and code parameters as a state government is. Because the state government's code is a sensible, fair balance, whereas ours, in some areas, I think is contrary to democracy and political communication. Thank you.
Further discussion? Coates.
Again, what's worth, I think it's worth having this debate and discussion. It is handy for the community, but this is again one of those areas where, notwithstanding, I appreciate that the Minister wrote to all the councils, but in my view, the best way to action that is just for individuals to make submissions and put forward their views. Again, this is a scenario where it's very difficult to get a consistent view across the council, albeit I think there's a more broad consensus on this proposed reform, but again, it's one where I just think we should do it as individuals rather than seeking to have a collective view. And I appreciate that council officers, if we pass this tonight, will be drafting up a submission to put in, and I think they'll try and do so fairly and evenly. There's nothing preventing them from compiling information and providing it, and then we can sort of all put our lens over it and name to it and amend and adjust and submit and provide that feedback to the Office of Local Government. So I will not be supporting it.
Lord Mayor, I'll be supporting this tonight. I'm quite happy with our submission. But I just want to pick up on one point, aligning our rules and regulations around those of the State Parliament, which, you know, happy to explore that. But one of the exciting parts of that would be the parliamentary privilege. Imagine that if we had that in the room here, if we had local government privilege equivalent to the state parliamentary privilege. Oh, the things we could say. But I'm glad we don't, because the meetings would go for longer than 5 hours. So I'm happy to support what's here tonight, but I don't think we need parliamentary privilege if we did happen to align.
Any further discussion? I might just ask a little question around. I was at a local government panel discussion with the local government sector a couple of weeks ago, and the issue came up around code of conduct determination reports being suppressed from being published through the use of appeals. And the comment was made that there were more code of conduct determinations under appeal than sort of actively being heard. And I'm just wondering, does this reform package include, this is probably a question for Mr Young, does this package include that issue that's come up, or is that not planned to be covered in that particular reform?
Oh, you can take it.
Through you, Lord Mayor. No, it doesn't. Those matters were dealt with in the last round of reform. So a code of conduct determination report remains confidential for 28 days post the issuing of it by the panel. So it cannot be released publicly in any circumstances from 0 to 28 days. At day 29, it is free to be published on the next ordinary agenda where it's convenient to do so, unless the council is served with appeal paper notifications. To your point, it then remains confidential until that appeal process has been determined.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, so if there's no further discussion, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against.
Coates.
All right. That's carried. Item 15 is proposed motions. Local Government Association of Tasmania General Meeting. Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion? Put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 16 is the quarterly financial report, 30th of September 2025. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion? Councillor Lohberger?
I just wanted to really welcome these results. I think since we appointed the new CEO, the results have just got better and better, and I know he's got a really good team who are sitting behind me at the moment. Long may it continue. It's fantastic to see the financial position turning around, and I suspect it will continue. But I do think we should all be very aware that it is our new CEO who is driving this process, as we asked him to do, and I think it's a fabulous achievement of his and his teams. So I just wanted to thank them all. Thank you.
Yeah. Any further discussion? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Oops, sorry. Item 17 is the proposed governance calendar for 2026. Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Any discussion? Councillor Kitsos?
Through you, Chair, to the relevant officer. Can I just clarify whether the school holidays calendar has been aligned with the proposed calendar for next year?
Director Reynolds, did you know?
Thank you for your opinion. I'll have to check that for Council. It's very much based on this year's program as well, requiring, of course, one council meeting per month and then working through the workshops. But I'm not sure we've then taken into account the school holiday program.
CEO would like to say a few words.
Look, I'll just add that, basically this covers off on the standard governance requirements in terms of council committees and council meeting. We certainly haven't factored in the strategic planning days and those sorts of things, which we do definitely consider where the school holidays fall to make sure that we can maximise our attendance at those. But this is more about statutory compliance and making sure that we're able to plan and ensure that we meet our Local Government Act requirements.
Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 18 is a notice of motion from Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I will move the motion as, actually, I emailed through to Mr Young on this, and I'm going to, he's got a updated written motion, and the substance of the motion hasn't changed, but are you able to get that onto the screen? Thank you.
May not be able to get it up on the screen, but I've got it here. Do you want me to read it out, Councillor Elliott? I've got it here. I've forwarded on, but we have to get in a form to get it up on the screen.
I'll send it to elected members now, but the difference is that we are no longer asking for a report to come back to council because of the comprehensive admin response instead. So all of the dot points apply, except there's no report. It's basically noting the admin response. I'll just wait me one moment.
Does it drop item 4? Is it?
Yes, and changes the top that council notes. Won't be a moment. So just press send on that. So the revised motion is that council notes that the council has been subject to 12 Right to Information Acts, Right to Information Act related external reviews, and there's point 2 and 3. So 4 no longer applies, no report coming back to us. So before, I'll get a seconder.
Seconded by Alderman Bloomfield.
Thank you. So hopefully everyone's got that coming through shortly, if not already. So this has come about because I identified a problem with, through personal experience with RTI, and the Ombudsman is the gatekeeper of the Right to Information Act, and they publish on their website their external review decisions. And I went back through the decisions and had a look and saw, to try and understand how other people, their experiences with RTI and what was happening in other departments and other councils, just to see where we fit. And looking back through the decisions from the past 3 or 4 years, as I have in the information in point 1 there, it became clear that our name features quite highly in terms of external reviews. And looking back through those decision documents, I saw that out of the 12 external reviews, 11 of those were partly adverse to us, at least partly adverse to the council, which means that the council's decision was at least varied, if not overruled. It was changed in some way. And I thought that that's a quite high frequency to have 12 external reviews and to have 11 of those basically upheld that, yes, the council should have made a different decision. And I bring this because under the Act we have a responsibility obviously to represent the community and act in the best interest of the community, and having a council that has a well-functioning, compliant right to information service is obviously fits under that umbrella, as does section 28(2)(f) of the Local Government Act, which requires us as a collective council to monitor the manner in which services are provided. And let's not forget that the Right to Information service is most definitely a service, and it's a statutory obligation service that we must comply with. Point 2 asks the council to note the range and diversity of issues that have appeared in the external reviews, and in the rationale I have listed some of those. And looking through the documents, it became clear that these aren't really sort of lowball issues. These are issues that myself, where an elected member, had. You can't look past, and need to make sure that with our responsibility around governance, that we're taking note of what's happening, and I'll talk about work that's already happened. But some of the issues the Ombudsman's referred to, there's some quotes that I've got there. The Ombudsman's external report said that they're concerned about the suggestion that giving the effect to the Right to Information Act amounts to imposing an extra burden, and that they don't consider it appropriate to characterise the intention of Parliament as a burden, and they urge the Council to more closely consider its processes around conflict of interest. And the Council has sought to rely on Section 19, which from memory is the one that, the exemption that would be too much work, in a manner that is not aligned with its intended purpose, that the Council's reasoning as to why it considers information exempt is minimal, so brief that it's questionable as to whether it actually fulfils the requirements of Section 22. The Ombudsman said that they strongly encourage the Council to provide more fulsome reasons. They've said another one, that it's likely that this external review would not have been necessary if the Council had kept proper records. Record keeping is a big theme. They said that they're concerned that the Council considers information in the archived email of very senior council officers to be in backup systems, and that this definition should be used sparingly, otherwise the objects of the Act would not be fulfilled. In relation to whether the application is a fishing expedition, it's not a requirement of a RTI that seeks specific information for the Council to consider whether it's worthy or not. I mean, these are very fundamental things. And they can see that the Council identified 500,000 records when they search for the words like differential and rates, and goes on to comment that it's not surprising, and why did the Council not take further steps to refine? So a lot of these things they might be knowledge gaps, they might also be attitudinal issues, but regardless of what they are, they're very clear evidence that we... 3 minutes, please.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Thank you. So we have here evidence that on 12 occasions over the past few years, our council has not fully upheld the Right to Information Act. But good news is that I know that Mr Young and his team are doing work in this space and in the admin response, which is why I've been able to remove the request for a motion for a report back to us. There's a lot happening, and I'm really particularly pleased to see the proactive disclosure mindset that's referenced in there. One thing I will ask, and I've asked a few times, is around the disclosure log. Are we getting close to that through you, Chair? CEO?
Yes, I'm working actively with the manager for IT on that. We are expecting to have something to be able to go up fairly soon.
Thank you. And one further question, in number 8 in the admin response, it talks about the payment gateway online. That's about to go live. What's the process, the status of that one?
It's live, Councillor.
Oh, thank you. So, in essence, I experienced a problem. I wanted to understand if other people had the same problem. I found evidence that there was a problem. And we have a responsibility under governance, and particularly that point around a responsibility to monitor the manner in which services are provided. Like I said, RTI is a service. It seems we've got some systemic issues in place. There's a plan to address them, which is why the motion is written as it is, where it's to note that we've had issues and confirm our commitment to the objects of the Act, which is obviously around accountability and transparency so that people can have access to local government and other government information. So thank you very much.
Discussion? Any discussion?
Lord Mayor, I'd like to include something in this as well, either a foreshadowed or an amendment. I'll go with an amendment first. And that would be a .1, followed by the other in sequence after that. The council notes, council notes I've got two councils in here. Okay, I'll go with the bad grammar. Council notes the council's response to Councillor Elliott's notice of motion and acknowledges the continuous improvement to address issues related to right to information. Just so I'd like to acknowledge the work that's been done to address the issues and that continuous improvement. But I've got too many councils in the sentence, so if you could eliminate a couple of councils out of that. Council notes the response to Councillor Elliott's notice of motion and acknowledges the continuous improvement to address issues related to right to information. How's that read?
Clunky, but we can work on it.
And the next part was I authorise Wes to edit it to make it, no. I'll go with that clunky one for now. We'll just test the water, whether I might move that as an amendment, and if it doesn't, or should I do it as
I'll second
foreshadowed?
Can I accept it in?
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
it's
yeah,
no
I'll
big
go
deal.
there eventually, but yeah, I'm happy to second it as number 1.
Yep.
Okay. Job done. Thank you.
Sorry, is that a new number 1?
Can't we make it number 4?
I'll put it number 1. I'd like it as number 1.
Making a difference for it, guys.
So council notes that
Council
council
notes-
has... sorry. Yeah, you read out
Response.
what you've got.
Council notes the response to Councillor Elliott's notice of motion and in the associated continuous improvement undertaken by officers. That's what I've captured.
Yes. We'll go with that. I like these workshop notices of motions on the run. Yep.
Yeah, we'll hold you to that, councillor. Okay, so that's been accepted in by councillor Elliott. Any further? Oh, and the seconder, were you happy with that?
So I'm happy to approve as a seconder to the motion, the initial motion. Don't I have to do that?
So I've just asked, yeah.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Just a question, Lord Mayor. With regards to the administrative response, it states in here that the councillors have no express or implied function or power to either oversee the administration of the Right to Information Act or to direct the CEO. Now, it is my understanding, and I want clarification, that we don't have any power to oversee the administration of this. And I just want clarification. If it is, then what is our role?
The council's role in this space is to ensure that the CEO appropriately discharges his role as the principal officer under the Right to Information Act as part of his broader role as the CEO of the council. So Michael gets his power directly from the Right to Information Act. So councillors don't get to look over his shoulder and sort of question or call in decisions. They need to be satisfied at a general level, and this was talked about in the introduction to the motion, that part of the council is adequately resourced, operating appropriately. The council has a role as a broader governance review body to ensure that it's appropriately resourced and working optimally.
Thank you. So I just want to make 2 comments then. Firstly, that these issues that Councillor Elliott had brought up are broader general issues, and hence that's why it's here. That's my understanding. And point number 2, I appreciate the fact that there is a very clear statement made by administration that given the depth and breadth of the detail of the response, there is no need for a report. And it is good that when we as elected members acknowledge that, we are able to modify our motions. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I might just ask a couple of questions. I'm just wondering, what is the trigger? I guess this is probably for Mr. Young. What is the trigger for an external review being undertaken?
Through you. So there's an external review has to occur after you've run out of internal review options. So for example, if I issued a decision at first instance, it could be reviewed by the CEO. If the applicant was still unhappy, that is then referred out to the Ombudsman. Alternatively, some decisions are made by Michael in the first instance and then go straight to the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman can call in a review, normally in regard to the decision itself or the in this sense. They don't have a statutory clock, if you will, for how promptly they can or have to provide a review. So we have seen responses come back 12, 18 months. You have to appreciate the Ombudsman's dealing this particular functionality as part of their broader powers, but for every public entity in the state that is subject to RTI. So normally the trigger, it's applicant initiated. We don't know as a city how many they get and turn down. We only know how many they get where they then come back to us for additional material ahead of potentially reviewing the decision.
So, so just to clarify that, so it is an external review rather than being a sort of random, the Ombudsman's on the lookout for sort of general practice. It's triggered by a motivated and disgruntled applicant, generally?
I don't want to put an intent to applicants' reasoning for an appeal, but it is an applicant-driven process.
And I guess I just wanted to ask Councillor Elliott a question about how many of those 12 external reviews have been triggered by yourself?
One. And the decision was varied, so the council's decision was wrong.
Yep, great. Councillor Kitsos.
Can I contribute to the debate, please? Look, I just wanted to note that this motion to me is completely unnecessary. I commend Councillor Harvey for that addition that we have with point 1, which is acknowledging the work that the council's undertaken in this space. So really what we're voting on now, in my mind, is that we're confirming that we are doing work in this space and we like that work, and then we're noting historic findings of the Ombudsman that is in the past, and we've now made many changes to this process to improve it, which is obviously what's required of any organisation when there are improvements to be made. So we're acknowledging that we've already improved, and we're reaffirming our commitment to it, to the RTI process and the council's accountability. So, I mean, I'm happy to vote for this motion, that's fine, but I just think, what are we going to bring next? Are we going to bring everything that we're pleased about what it is that we're already doing and list those things, or how far back are we historically going to go to complain about things that were not done well in the past but are done well now? So I just wanted to make those observations. I mean, I think the council's made huge improvements in this space, so I'll just take a few minutes to address those. So we've centralised everything, all RTI processing, assessment, record keeping, under management, legal and corporate governance services, that's completed. We're pro-disclosure culture, we're voluntary release of information, EM requests are fully accessible, that's ongoing. We've completed IT scrape tools, SharePoint centralisation and improved archiving. We have 5 delegated officers, the highest in Tasmania, with Ombudsman training for all of them just in this space. We've got information disclosure policy, fees and charges updates. We've got an RTI payment portal, which we've just heard has gone live. We've got a centralised email, we've got a dashboard for stats. I mean, this to me is really excellent work and is potentially, doing above and beyond what we're required. So I would welcome an Ombudsman review now to review these excellent practices that we now have in place. So, as I said, happy to vote for the motion. I think it's really important that we do acknowledge the good work of the city and we do acknowledge how improvements have been made in this space, but again, not really quite sure why we're talking about deficits that occurred in the past.
Hey, any further discussion? There being none, Councillor Elliott, would you like to sum up?
Yes, thank you. In terms of being in the past, I guess that's really open to interpretation, because the last external review that was adverse to the council was only published 10 weeks ago, so it's not really that long ago. And let's also everyone around this table knows that I've been banging on about RTI for quite a while, and it might sound self-indulgent, but I actually do know I am confident enough to know that a big part of the action that the council has taken to address these issues is because that I've put a light on it. So it's not really around self-congratulating and it's a superfluous motion. these issues, we're only just starting on the uphill climb for improvement. So 10 weeks ago isn't very long. These aren't historical issues going back years, and I'm looking for things to dredge up. These are almost single-digit weeks. So.
Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 19 is a motion from Councillor Kelly.
The motion as it sits in the agenda, Lord Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Kelly. Any discussion? Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Councillor Kelly.
So, Wellington Park Management Trust, there's been a few elected members here on it, and since the trust was established in 1993, not really much has happened in this space with that park. It's probably one of the reasons, actually, why 3 reviews are currently on with it. So we're finding now that going from nothing to an incredible moment in history for the mountain, omnipresent in our lives, a big part of the history of the city of Hobart, and we now see the state government study the Wellington Park Trust's business case, and now council with the Hall Saddle, which is linked with the whole mountain trust. So ordinarily, a change in the membership of it from council with our 2 members, probably not a big deal. However, it's more the point of me pointing out to people and making sure this goes on record that the way this is handled, I believe, has been pretty sloppy in the governance way and could have been done a whole heap better. So with the information, primarily it stems back to the information that was given for elected members to consider their vote on, and the first being that the Lord Mayor actually asked the CEO as to how, this issue, and I think Councillor Zuko, or Alderman Zuko at least, brought it up as well in a roundabout way. How is the CEO going to handle situations which may be a conflict of interest? And whilst we might say, look, we're all on the one song sheet here, I can guarantee that there's some high stakes here on the table. We are currently spending about $5 million on there. We've got the state government looming down. Some say that it might be some sinister plot to put a cable car up there. Others have their own theories. We could be losing the whole asset. It looks like that could be one of the big options that's on the table. Staff go with that. It's a big change. And with that, there's going to be some major decisions have to be made. And the question that was fired at the CEO was, well, how would the conflict of interest situation, or who would he be representing in a situation like that? And the response was, in a very emphatic way, always with the council, which is very noble, and of course that should be the response from the CEO. He is here on his salary and the responsibility of this capital city to act in the best interest of this council. However, strictly speaking, and when you sign up as a member for the trust, you have to act without your council hat on, and you have to act in the best interests of the trust. So that might sound trivial, but it is a major point to consider. And therefore, on that point, which was probably the major issue for council to consider on that night, you guys we were all given wrong information as to how that should happen. Despite what the Australian report might say, it can't happen that way. It's erroneous. The CEO is an employee. We are elected members. We can differentiate between the two. There is a big distance on there. Another matter was another issue that was asked was about the makeup of the panel in Glenorchy, having a CEO or the GM on there, trust as a member. That's simply not the case. The GM from Glenorchy has always been the deputy. The deputies, I think, have been once from there in Glenorchy in the last 3 years. I've been on it, and it really isn't correct to say that. So they're the 2 key points. I just want to make sure that people realise the decision that was made was based on some very important factors, particularly that first point, and that could blow up in our face. It could be embarrassing for the CEO. It's not good governance, and I'd ask everyone to reconsider that very, very closely with what's written up in this motion here tonight. Finally, I will say personally that for me to find out that this was going to be the way by opening up agenda on Thursday night or Friday morning, whenever it was I looked at it, was disappointing. A simple phone call, an email to a member like myself on the trust would have been appropriate. I take this job very seriously. I've lived in the shadow of the mountain my whole life. I've enjoyed being on it. In fact, I was the one who put forward the motion on the trust. Something has to be done. Extension of 1 minute, please, Lord Mayor.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favour say aye. Against say no, carried unanimously.
Thank you. And it was my motion that said we've got to do something about it, hence the trigger with the business case study. It's the only job I've got left on there after losing the, might sound like Sarah Groves, but the portfolio with Creative City. And is there no consideration given to elected members to share the responsibilities we have here? How can individuals be stacked with representation on more than one committee or portfolio, yet others can't get their look in with it? You know, this whole matter could have and should have been handled a whole heap better. It's important that you guys know, that the elected members know the true facts of the situation. Perhaps it's not going to get anywhere tonight, but it's on record, it's been said, and everything's on that motion.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I'm looking at this primarily from the governance point of view, and one issue that concerns me a bit in the admin response, and it concerned me back at the time, is it says that any conflicts of interest that may arise due to CEO's employment at the City of Hobart would also exist for an elected member in the same situation. Just putting an employment law hat on, I just don't think that is accurate, because the CEO is employed under a contract of employment and we're not. Employment brings, there's fundamental duties that come with a contract of employment that we're not bound by. For example, employees have a duty of fidelity and loyalty to their employer, and the CEO answered that question when he was asked who would you represent. The CEO answered that correctly. He would have to always represent the council, because if he doesn't do that, he's not acting in accordance with the fundamental duties that come with an employment contract. There's also the duty to cooperate. The CEO is bound to do, comply with lawful and reasonable directions. So if we make a policy decision at the moment, if we make a policy decision, unless it's illegal or otherwise, abhorrent, the CEO has to comply with that. And on the same vein, there's a duty to obey in terms of those directions. There's also fiduciary responsibilities, which means especially applies at the seniority of a CEO, where the CEO is acting as our representative. And this includes not engaging in conduct that conflicts or is adverse or incompatible with employment. So it's not apples and apples to say that a conflict of interest that would apply to the CEO would apply to the elected member. It's just not the case, because we are elected to a public office. The CEO is an employment under contract of employment. The terms of reference for the Mount Wellington Trust is very clear and explicit that if you're on the trust, you need to act in the best interests of the trust, whereas the CEO has common law obligations to act in accordance with loyalty to his employer. I listed those obligations that exist there. They're not negotiable, they're not things that can be opted out of, so there is an inherent conflict. If the CEO always has an obligation to us, always has an obligation to represent the council. Mr Stretton admitted that was the case, but the Trust's terms of reference says that the members must act in the best interests of the Trust. Under the Local Government Act, that's what we're bound by. That's essentially our quasi-employment contract, and we're bound to represent the community. We know all those things. We aren't bound to always... We're bound to act in the best interest of the community and to oversee functions, but we don't have that inherent conflict that comes with an employment contract. And whilst the Deputy General Manager is a deputy member on the Trust, I don't think we should use that as reason for that being a right or a good decision. I don't think it's probably come to a head because the General Manager of Glenorchy is a deputy, so hardly if ever attends. And at the moment we have a situation where I'm not sure whether we've actually formally voted on this, but I know where there is there is alignment at the moment, I understand, between what the council is thinking about the future of the mountain and what the trust is thinking about the future of the mountain. But let's flip that around. If that alignment doesn't exist, if the council makes a policy that says we want to keep the mountain under our control because we're worried about a cable car or whatever else, then the CEO must advocate that view, because that's what he's paid under his contract of employment, and that's what he's bound to do under the common law. And he therefore can't go and be on this trust and then act in the best interest of the trust. There's an inherent conflict. So I do think that the decision was unwise. I note that at the last, when we spoke about this issue previously from memory, that the CEO was open to the council's decision around it and changing the recommendation as it was. But I think we've made a mistake in terms of appointing the CEO to it because of that inherent conflict that you can't get away from. Just to wrap up, the CEO is under a contract of employment. Very different obligations apply to that. An elected member is bound by the Local Government Act. The same conflict doesn't exist, and I think it's poor governance to have our only employee on this body.
Any further discussion? Councillor Lohberger.
I just wanted to make a couple of points. I'm not sure the previous speaker, that I agree with the previous speaker. I think it's splitting hairs. We are required to represent the best interests of our ratepayers, and then we have to sort of shuffle that when we go into the Wellington Park room. It is no different for the CEO than it is for us. When it comes to the CEO having to comply with our wishes, well, we passed those motions democratically at that meeting, and the CEO, therefore, is required to comply with those wishes. That's him just doing his job. I don't really understand why this has come back. We have had a vote on it. It's all been decided already. And I am quite troubled by the fact that it's come back like this. I think the chance to do this was at the meeting when the original item came up, and I did make inquiries about us changing the recommendation at the start and received no support around the table. So that's what happened. The fact is, we're here now. The decision's been made. I really don't agree with this motion coming along, and I certainly disagree with the attacks on the CEO. I do feel that he is in an identical position to us around this table. Whether we make the decision and he has to act on it, or whether he is representing the council, it's really not that different. So look, I will be voting against this one. I am sorry at the way things worked out, but as I said, I did try to canvass a bit of support around the table to change the original motion, and I got no support from anyone, including Councillor Kelly, strangely. So, you know, here we are. The decision's been made. I think we should just stick with it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dutta, I think, was up.
Thank you. Just a question. There is a statement here in the administrative response, and I read, the Trust pointed out to the Council in its correspondence to invite nominations so the Council could nominate a member of staff. Can you just enlighten me a bit, please, with regards to that?
Mr. Young?
Oh, well, look, I can. Sorry, I wasn't going to answer questions given that I'm obviously the subject to a lot of the debate, but no. So the letter very clearly indicated that their representative could be either elected member or officer. It was certainly dependent on the will of the council.
Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, just to respond to the challenge that the CEO might have a conflict of interest because he's working for the council but also sitting on the trust, and who's he represent? He clearly represents the trust on the council. But there's other analogies here. Miss Rita Warriner, she's representing Tourism Tasmania. She's a government employee. Miss Tori Ross, she represents Parks and Wildlife, or she's on there as their nominee. Mr Stuart Fletcher, Department of Natural Resources and Environment, and Miss Frances Smith, Taswater. So they're all government employees. I think it's the same, you know, situation with having our CEO on there as well. They're all appointed to that board by their other, you know, delegations and, you know, representatives and whatever. So I don't think the analogy that, or the challenge that it's a conflict of interest flies here, because I see these people as being state employees who represent bodies of the state government, and they're able to be on the trust and work as a body making decisions for the betterment of the mountain, representing the trust. And also, as was mentioned, we decided this a while back, and I'm cautious about revisiting things and re-prosecuting arguments because things haven't fallen in a particular way. And that makes me nervous as a councillor that we need to move forward. We don't need to be going back to revisit decisions that we didn't like made in the past. I just don't think that's the way we should be acting. And today will require an absolute majority, which is 7 votes around the table. So I think clearly it was obvious that wasn't going to happen. So I don't know why this motion has come to us, but anyway, let it be put and we'll call the vote out.
Councillor Kitsos.
Just a question through you, Lord Mayor. I'm just wondering, I'm uncomfortable about the fact that board members of the Wellington Park Trust are paid a sitting fee, and I'm concerned that it's somewhat of a pecuniary conflict to be advocating for your place on a board that is a paid role. Can we have some commentary around that, please?
Mr. Young.
Through you, Lord Mayor. There was never any suggestion that the CEO would accept any financial benefit from the Wellington Park Trust should council at its will decide to appoint him as its representative.
Thank you for that question. It was more a question around Councillor Kelly's motion tonight, given that he was the 50% likely candidate of being voted back onto that board and has brought the motion to us tonight, requesting a re-vote. It's effectively advocating for your placement onto a paid board.
I have a question, Lord Mayor, if I may, please.
Sorry, Mr. Young is going to respond to the question.
Yeah, I don't see it. It's a governance thing. I don't see the mechanics of the proposed or the notice of motion in itself arising as a pecuniary conflict for the councillor tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I think I'm still uncomfortable with it based on that premise. I don't think any elected member should be advocating for themselves to take on what is effectively a paid position, be it an honorarium component. Look, I'm really uncomfortable with this motion, and in fact, it makes me angry, which I don't often get. And I'm largely angry because this has been put to a vote. The answer has been given. Councillor Kelly made what he described a dummy spit, left the meeting, and then promptly turned up on ABC Radio the next day, deriding everyone around this table and the ratepayers of Hobart, and then has brought this motion back to us today.
The events after the meeting have absolutely nothing to do with the motion we're debating here tonight.
I think it's general commentary from Councillor Kitsos. I wouldn't say it's a point of order, Councillor Kelly. So, Councillor Kitsos, would you like to continue?
Look, thank you, Lord Mayor, and I don't often weigh into things that have happened outside the chamber, but it feels to me like Councillor Kelly didn't get the result that he wanted at the previous vote, and so has come back to us again to request that we re-vote on that. And like I said in that initial meeting, I doubt that Councillor Lohberger would have behaved in such a way should the vote have gone in a different direction. I think appointment of the CEO is a very wise decision that will see the trust and communicating in the best way, making the best decisions for the mountain in the future, and I stand by my decision which was voted on in the council meeting in question.
Question, Lord Mayor, through you to whoever can answer it, please. At the last vote on this matter, did Councillor Lohberger, who is our representative, declare an interest and stay in the room on the vote?
So look,
sorry, Mr. Young.
Check the records.
I can check the records, Alderman Zerko, but I was here. I'm not aware of anybody stepping out during that part of the meeting.
Both Councillor Kelly and myself stayed in the room for the vote.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, this is an interesting one because I think, in some ways, there is no perfect model for any organisation. There's always compromises, and how do you set up a governance structure for an organisation? How do you ensure that it's practical and it works and it reduces risk? And I think that third point, reduces risk, is ultimately what we're debating tonight. Look, in my roughly 6 years on council, there's been a few very heated topical issues. And on all of those issues, council has made its position firm and clear, albeit we've heated debate within this chamber. And, you know, a lot of those I wasn't necessarily on the majority side, but I think we can all agree there were different voices in this room when it came to UTAS. You know, at one point, council as an organisation, my view would be, was reasonably supportive and collaborative with UTAS in moving into the city. We've also had, you know, and so officers have to reflect the decisions and the policies and the position at the council and the decisions the council chamber make at the time. The same is true, I think, with the stadium. You know, the position of this council is reasonably well known broadly around the community. We've obviously tasked our CEO with prosecuting the view of this council and engaging in those processes. But, you know, I think back to the planning committee meeting that we held for the cable car. You know, I think it was printed copies. It was, you know, people would be staggered by how many submissions we as a council received. Mount Wellington, Kunyani is, you know, beloved by the community. It's an important asset. It's important the governance structure is as strong as we can make it. And there is probably no perfect model. But my observation would be that, you know, because of all these conflicting interests and because of a community interest in that facility and the differing views, you know, we need to do what we can to try and reduce those opportunities for conflicts to either become real or realised or even perceived. You know, it's interesting to note the last available minutes of the Mount Wellington Trust have an item in their section 2 which talks about our colleague who we actually voted on as a deputy member. And the Mount Wellington Park Trust, you know, he disclosed he's a member of these groups that seek to influence what is going to happen on that facility. And they resolved to advise Councillor Purcell, and I'm reading this verbatim, the Trust resolved to advise Councillor Purcell the Trust would prefer that he stand down from his position of Trust Deputy Member, unless he's able to demonstrate how he managed a conflict of interest related to his new role. Now, you know, maybe I'm reading into it a little bit more than I should, but, you know, obviously it's not compelling him. We would prefer that he stand down. You know, they can see a potential for a conflict of interest. I mean, I can remember when this council did everything in its power to, in my view, stymie, while acting obviously as a planning authority, the development of a cable car. And, you know, there is just this big elephant in the room, which is that we as a council spend $5 million or something maintaining facilities on that mountain. The Mount Wellington Park Trust, one of their biggest risks is funding and adequacy of facilities on the mountain. You know, we in this chamber might be saying to the CEO, we want to cut all that funding, we want to cut all those facilities away. How do you manage that? How do you... And look, I have no doubt in the capacity of the individual to do it. I have no doubt in the capacity of future individuals in that role to do it. But at the same time, I'd go back to what the Trust has already said. You know, they would prefer that you stand down due to potential for conflict of interest. So I just think this has to be one of those risk mitigation activities. And I don't perceive that the previous model that we had in any way wasn't working. I don't agree with the two members who are on there in terms of the cable car on the mountain, but I had faith in their ability to conduct their duties, and if I had concerns, I could give them a call. We have lots of representatives here amongst us that represent us and the council on boards. Oh, can I have an extra minute, please?
Moved by Alderman Zirko, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
You know, I used to serve as a representative for Taswater. I now understand that Councillor Lohberger serves as a representative for Taswater, and I have every faith in his ability to do so. If for whatever reason I felt there was an issue there, I might raise it with him, but I had never had anyone come to me and say, look, we've got concerns with governance of Mount Wellington Park Trust. So in one sense, I have mostly a forward-looking view that says that we should try and reduce any potential issues in the future. And in the second sense, I don't know that the previous representation that we had was in any way not working. So, look, I find myself supporting the motion.
Lord Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Are the minutes to the Wellington Park Trust available? Are they a public document?
Do you know?
Yeah, send me the link, yeah.
I think they do come out some months later, and
Yeah, no, because I
is my
would
understanding.
like to get them if they're available, yeah.
Yeah, I think they do. Like, but probably one of the representatives would know. Councillor Lohberger, do you know about the minutes?
I know they are published. I don't know what
Yeah.
the time frame is.
They are published and...
a few months later.
Yeah, but the CEO, the rules have just changed. The CEO has minutes prior to the meeting. That never used to be the case, but he's privy to them. He has a direct hotline to the GM, so yes, that's the case.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I had a couple of questions first, and one of them was we had an initial debate about the conflict of interest and the outcome of an adverse finding, that it was different between an employee and an elected member. I felt that almost implied that an elected member would not suffer much as a result of a conflict, but that's not the case, is it? What happens if you are found of a pecuniary or non-pecuniary conflict of interest? What happens to the elected member in that case?
Under the Local Government Act, or?
Yeah, so pecuniary and non-pecuniary conflicts are dealt with through the code. Both councillors and the CEO alike, as we talked about, both have fiduciary obligations on account of the roles they hold with council. So to answer your question, a conflict would be, it has the potential to arise for either eventuality. The question becomes is then how is it dealt with and mitigated, which is what the trust document talks about around having to put the objects of the trust first, which is standard for a trust, because that as a trustee you have a fiduciary duty. But then over here, as the CEO and also as an elected member, you have a fiduciary duty as well, because what we've kind of lost in the debate a little bit is councillors are also bound to follow the decision of the council. And they are there as the representative of the council.
Question I had was, it was kind of curious talking about, how do I put it? Why would we have the CEO on there if they have a fiduciary duty of care to the Hobart City Council, and how would it be different for an elected member? Because my question then became, well, why are we having representation on this trust? There must be a reason why this particular trust requires candidates, or probably not, nominations for positions, for 2 positions on this board. What is their purpose? What is the purpose to be on that board?
Look, I don't have the trust deed in front of me, but my understanding is it's primarily on account of that we are the landowner.
The landowners, so therefore our interest to be on that board is to represent as a landowner of this. Okay, so that wouldn't be any different no matter who you were. Okay, so given that, this entire debate is kind of curious for me, because we've talked about whether or not this vote should have occurred and that there were some issues which have been pointed out in the administration response that they felt weren't particularly strong as far as being a problem. And I think my questions possibly help answer that. But the other thing that I had to point out was that we've actually possibly missed the point of the initial vote. And that was why? Why was it that this actually even occurred at all? Isn't that actually a very material part of this debate? Because it shouldn't be that we had or we did not have a CEO. There was actually a reason why this was actually asked to occur. And I want to speak to that as part of my experience with another board that I also been elected to was nominated and elected to participate in, and that was the Southern Tasmanian Council Authority. And I'm currently the chair of that, and basically that particular organisation is in the process of being wound up. Now, interestingly enough, the person who has done the bulk of the work, the bulk of the research, and had the ability to actually guide that entire process wasn't me. It was actually the CEO who actually worked in there with me, because he had the experience and the understanding of how to do all of that, and it was well respected amongst that room of how we were going about that. And that is perfectly fine. And I believe that the reason why the understanding was that it would be appropriate to have the CEO at that time as a board member of this particular trust was to actually examine the potentially large change that we have, because he actually has probably the most experience in the state, as far as my point of view goes, with this type of action, with this kind of process, which is quite profound. And more importantly, it's more likely that this actually, as a result, will be better configured as a member than it would be as someone who might come in and then have to kind of like consult. So I suspect that is probably the bulk of the crux of this initial argument, the initial vote. And I think that's really important to bring this back to the table, because if we are going to agree to re-vote, that's actually material to this entire argument. Why? So, and look, and I will be honest too, I very much understand the extraordinary distress that the outcome of the initial vote brought upon people in the room. I do actually appreciate and respect that. I've had votes in this room too where I was quite distressed at the outcome. But that is part of the process in this room. We don't always, unfortunately, get the voted outcome that we would dearly deserve or feel we deserve or that we would generally love to see. It's simply how this room works. So as much as I can absolutely appreciate the reason why, I feel that when we look at examining this particular motion, we need to actually bring about those particular points, because if we forget the why this was brought about, then we actually are simply going upon, once again, half the information. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott, sorry.
Thank you. I just have a question, please. Keen to understand, through you to the CEO, please. If the council stops to decides to stop spending, say, the $5 million we do on the mountain, and you know that's not in the best interests of the trust, what are you going to do?
I'll take that question. So that would be a circumstance where if there was an issue such as a conflict identified, the member of the trust would step out of the room, because the best practice dictates that is how you govern and manage the conflict. Is it fatal to the workings of the trust? No. It's best practice governance. So yes, you are correct. There could be situations where a conflict exists, regardless of who the council puts on there. Can it be managed? Yes. You identify, name up the conflict, and you step out.
Question, please. Are elected members bound by that same employment type obligation to implement a council decision individually? Councillors
are bound to accurately reflect the position and decisions of the council. Failure to do so can result in sanction under the Code of Conduct. You can speak as an individual, I can see some faces, but when you are appointed to an organisation such as the Trust, you are there as a representative on behalf of the council, not as an individual. So you have to reflect the decisions of the council as part of your contribution to the workings of the Trust.
Thank you. And final question. Given it is called the Mount Wellington Trust, aren't all decisions going to relate to Mount Wellington and therefore pose a potential conflict?
I wouldn't have thought so, Councillor Elliott, because I mean, the conflict, it's hard to talk in generalisations, the conflict has to be such of a nature that it compromises the representative of the city, so they can't bring an open mind to a decision. So you might have something where the trust it's so sort of ordinary as wanting to get an extra set of taps or a drinking fountain at the Springs. Yes, strictly speaking, the council may have a conflict there because it'd be us that would put it in, but it is entirely manageable. At the other end of the spectrum, the council, as someone suggested, might decide we're going to pull all funding to the mountain, and they've asked the CEO to implement that. I mean, that in itself doesn't create a conflict that can't be managed either, as long as the CEO is quite clear, or the councillor, in transparent in articulating that as a position of the council. You need to look at, as with all conflicts of interest, you need to look at them from a first principles perspective on a case-by-case basis. You can't just make generalisations.
Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Surprisingly, there are various different organisations, boards, trusts, businesses, that within their organisations have a mechanism called conflict of interest and addressing conflict of interest, as we do here at this council. Individuals, when there is a conflict of interest, either leave the room. Organisations have that as well. And may I add, in the administrative response it says, additionally, there are governance processes on the trust to manage conflicts of interest by either the CEO or elected members, if they are representatives. I'd also like to read another portion of the discussion in the administrative response. The recommendation to include the CEO as one of the representatives on the trust was supported by the executive leadership team and was purely based on the operational needs of the council, as there is a great deal of work happening in respect to the future of the mountain. The reality of the situation is that the interests of the trust and the City of Hobart are strongly aligned. There would be few matters that would arise whereby the knowledge and experience of the council's CEO would not be beneficial for the trust. Any conflicts of interest that may arise due to the CEO's employment at the City of Hobart would also exist for an elected member in the same situation. The appointment of the Glenorchy representative is not really a relevant consideration for the City of Hobart, given that we have 2 representatives and significantly more financial and operational responsibilities on the mountain. The relevant professional advice was provided in the agenda report, and if we read the agenda report from the last time, it was quite thorough, had a detailed response. I'm really questioning the motivation behind bringing this particular motion. I'm questioning why we need to re-prosecute it, and as such I'd like the motion to be put. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, that's a procedural motion for the motion to be put, so I'll put that to the room. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour?
I'm showing Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy.
Yep.
Mayor, I've got you, and I need the against. And against, Alderman Zurko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kelly. 1, 2, 3.
I think that's passed, is it?
6-5, carried.
Okay, so that means I'm now going to put the motion. Almost everyone has spoken, as it turns out.
No, I haven't spoken, Lord Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
I had questions I was going to ask as well.
Yeah, sorry.
And
Alderman Zurko. All right, I'll put the that procedural motion has been has passed. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Oh, sorry. This is the actual motion
I know.
now. Yeah. So.
Oh, the motion. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
All those in favour of Councillor Kelly's motion say aye.
Aye.
And against.
No.
So show of hands. All those in favour.
In favour, Alderman Zurko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kelly.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy, and the Mayor.
So that's lost. We'll move on now to the motion, another motion from Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. This one is a similar situation where I've sent around to elected members that because of the comprehensive admin response, I don't need it to come back as a report. So everyone should have a copy of that. So I'll move the motion.
No. Seconded by Councillor Lohberger. So this is the new motion.
Yes, the only change is the top line that the council notes the admin response in relation to those 4 items, because the admin response is essentially the report. We all good?
Okay.
Second is done. Yes.
All right. Yeah. Got that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, who was the seconder? Oh, Councillor Lohberger.
So, since being elected, over time you always hear things, you know, people having a bit of a complaint about the council, and a lot of it washes over you. But then sometimes you start to pick up on themes, and you think, okay, a lot of people are saying this same thing. Something might be happening here, or there might be something that needs attention. And that's how this motion has come about. It's been months and months of people saying, oh, I'm having issues in the plumbing space. And then I start to ask other people what their experience has been like. And this motion focuses on our plumbing policy and processes. Sorry, I just have to have a drink. Focuses on our plumbing policy and processes. And it looks to basically take stock of the current situation and own what sort of issues and problems we have there, and set some goals for the future, and identify some strategies about how we're going to improve things. And also it brings to the council's attention the issues that are being experienced both internally and with the trades as well around the plan build system. So in order to get a wider view of what the actual issues were, I created a survey and put it out to primarily plumbers and hydraulic engineers, and also out to builders and draftspeople, building designers and architects. And I asked them, I've shared the results for the plumbing results. Had a good amount of feedback from people. Around 80 people responded. About 50 of those are plumbers by trade. I also met with the Master Plumbers Association and spoke to the other peak bodies just to make sure that what I was hearing from people was actually a genuine and accurate reflection of the sort of the feel out there in the community, because I do fully appreciate that you can have some noisy people that aren't reflective of the full picture. But the information that came back in terms of statistical information, but also the free text field, the qualitative feedback that people gave. Some really strong themes have been coming through that, and if you haven't already had a chance to, I encourage you to have a look over the survey results. You can skip over the one that says "Shut up, Louise Elliott," but the survey results were quite compelling, and they did align with the Master Plumbers Association's survey too, which they had done. So it said that around 70% of plumbers are avoiding or refusing work in our LGA. Around 50% are charging more, and this is of the people that responded, so we have to take that into account. 80% find plan build difficult to work with, impossible to work with, or somewhat difficult. And 75% of people find the council hard to work with or somewhat hard to work with in terms of their plumbing experiences. And I do fully appreciate that there are two sides to the equation, and I've had a couple of meetings already with the CEO and director on this issue. From our council perspective, as it says in the admin response, there's been capacity challenges in terms of recruitment. The city is an older city, so that there's issues in terms of identifying pipes and old issues. But there's also been the ways in which the council contributes to the problem, the broader, bigger problem, around perhaps our communication and sort of style and missed opportunities in terms of customer service. On the plumber side of things, there's no doubt room for improvement when it comes to the state government, CBOS's training and education with plumbers and their ability to put through compliant designs. They have to do the design work. And there's also missed opportunities in terms of education gaps and communication between master plumbers and us. Because the theme that came out was, well, when I was talking to the officers around, this is what people are saying. And the officers can quickly list half a dozen things which are creating work on our end and creating frustrations on the plumber's end. And I think that's why point 3 is there. I think there's a big opportunity for us to work much more closely with the peak bodies and the plumbers themselves to upskill and communicate people, because we don't want stats like that. I mean, when 70% of people aren't working in Hobart and we have a housing crisis, we can't just overlook that. 3 minutes, please.
Moved by Deputy, seconded by Alderman Zuko. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Thank you. So yeah, just in obviously the bigger picture in terms of the impact on housing and how striking those figures are around, and you might have seen the ABC report. So people feel strongly enough about this to show their face on this issue, where they're actually charging more. That was really hard to get someone that was actually prepared to speak on camera. It's really hard to get anyone that will put their names to their feedback, because they actually fear retribution, which is sad. I'm not looking at this from the perspective of, oh, look how bad this all is. I'm looking at it from the perspective, as I always do, is here's a problem. I want to understand the full extent of the problem. What can we do about it? Because this situation is fixable. I hate the thought that our reputation is as bad as it is, and I also know that it can be improved, and small wins will add up. So the reason I haven't asked for a report on this is because I didn't want to put the pressure on the officers to do such a comprehensive admin response, but they have. So it's I'm happy with the level of information there for the moment. The one thing I will ask the officers to take feedback on is, at the moment, in terms of the performance targets, we're setting the target at being that we want to comply with the law. I mean, obviously that should be a no-brainer, and we are admitting that we're not meeting the statutory timeframes in terms of the law, but I would encourage them to take on feedback in terms of looking at that in a bigger picture around taking baseline customer service satisfaction, and then again in 6 or 12 months. So just to wrap up, this is similar to the RTI motion, where there's a problem, but now we have a plan of attack. The officers are working on this. But before there's any comments around it's superfluous or unnecessary, this is a situation where I do think that bringing a spotlight to the issue will undoubtedly help address the issue. It's unfortunate that sometimes it has to be that way, but it is an effective strategy, and I'll keep doing what I can to make sure that the council has a great reputation and that we're serving our customers and the community.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to thank Councillor Elliott for bringing this motion on. I myself have had quite a bit of plumbing work done in the last few years, and I've been through quite a lot of what Councillor Elliott has raised. So I just wanted to thank her for doing this work, and I just note that she's also spoken in the background with the CEO and tried to work to address the problem there, and that part of this incredibly comprehensive response is because of the work that Councillor Elliott's been doing. So I just want to thank her for that. I also want to thank the staff for that comprehensive response. It's great to see. There's an awful lot of issues there, and it looks to me like they're onto all of the ones that I certainly went through. Which brings me to Plan Build. I just wanted to ask a question about it as part of my contribution. Is the Plan Build program, is that ours, or is that a state government program that we're trialling?
CEO, would you like to answer that?
Thanks. So it's a product that's delivered by the state government. We're certainly a client and pay for the product.
Probably the biggest issue that we faced with our plumbing work was the Plan Build system. It caused some incredible delays for us. I understand these have been addressed now, and that's great. But really, I'd really like to see the CEO and the organisation really chasing the government for improvements to that program, which I note in the response they are doing. But that was a really big issue, and I think more so than any issues with the council or the staff, it was that program. Anyway, that just about brings me to the end of my contribution. Again, I'd like to thank Councillor Elliott for bringing it on, and I'd like to say to my plumber, Damien, this one's for you. Thank you.
Let's ask supplementary that's come out of Councillor Lohberger's contribution. What is our subscription fee to Plan Build annual?
The fee is approximately $85,000 per year.
Can I ask another question off the back of that? Have we asked for any reduction given the failure of that system during this year?
Through you, Lord Mayor, no, we have not.
Councillor Lohberger.
I guess I just would like to ask a question. Would we be amenable to amending the motion? Actually, I can't do it because I'm the second. Yeah, I'll just sit down, Lord Mayor.
I think CEO would like to talk to it.
Thanks. Just to the matter of plan build and the subscription, and again, we have worked really closely with Councillor Elliott on this in terms of identifying the issues and then working through what we're going to need to do. So we have a meeting tomorrow internally around plan build at the executive level and do intend to ramp up the scrutiny that has been applied, certainly from executive in terms of that product. We do expect improvements. I think as with any commercial arrangement, there are contracts in place and the ability to be able to elevate and raise concerns and I think it would be through that contract that we would need to operate rather than sort of making any decision tonight, which we would need legal advice around that. So.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I believe I attended a class or a info session on this program as a point of interest at the time, and the issues were exactly as stated, with the difficulty to use and so forth. But I also believe at the time I learnt that the Hobart City Council, I think, was one of the very first uptake groups. Is that correct? Yes?
Yep, we're the only council.
You're the only council, okay. So I would like to explore with Councillor Elliott's approval, Section 5, to ask that the council supply the CEO the ability to ask or to ask for a rebate of sorts according to his we delegate him to consider negotiate a rebate. Thank you.
Is there a second? Oh, would you like to second that in?
I'll accept that in, yes.
Okay. Accept that. Okay, I think, Mr Young, have you
Depending
got
on
a word
legal
for
advice.
that, the general gist? Yeah, so it's something around the CEO be requested to negotiate for a reduction in fees because of the performance of the product. Okay, any further discussion on this motion? There being none, would you like to say anything else, Councillor Elliott? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Item 21 is a motion from Councillor Kelly and Alderman Zuko.
Like to put the motion?
Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Alderman Zuko.
Move the motion, shall I say, yeah.
Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to speak to this. Now, it's one of these little pockets of Hobart that gets tucked away and people sort of haven't taken much notice of. However, the Soldiers Memorial Avenue was established to honour the 535 men and the one woman, who was Jean Miles Walker, from Hobart, who paid the ultimate sacrifice during World War I, the Great War. It is listed on the Tasmanian Heritage Register and is a highly significant cultural heritage site. Created in 1918 by the Hobart Council, it was a project born of grieving community and gave expression to the Hobart community's deep sense of loss. Just to establish a few facts around this, the avenue is on council land, the trees and plaques are council-owned assets, and the council is the ultimate asset manager of this. Friends of Soldiers Memorial Avenue, FOSMA, have provided incredible support to council in restoring the avenue to its rightful place with some 12,000 hours voluntary work, which is well over $1 million worth of value. They've quietly gone about their business and restored the avenue over 24 years. It should not be forgotten that funding for the Bridge of Remembrance and Legacy Park was leveraged from the restoration of the avenue as a community partnership. It is one of the largest commemorative avenues planted around Australia and one of the very few located in a parkland environment. The Tree Widows, a theatrical production, was performed on the avenue in 2016. Dark Mofo used the avenue as a key part of its installation in the domain, and in recent years council has developed its City to Gardens Way project, which utilises the avenue for a substantial portion. None of these projects would have been possible without a restored avenue and FOSMA's support. Add further to these important cultural and community contributions, in a very practical way, the avenue is a much utilised pathway for walkers, runners, tourists and cyclists on their way to and from the Upper Domain precinct. Comments that were made at Council's meeting that the avenue is a military memorial highlight the lack of knowledge of the history of the avenue, its conception by Council, giving the local community of 107 years ago its restoration over the last 24 years. The avenue is a living memorial to the citizens of Hobart who made the ultimate sacrifice. Comments made also that there was no money from the armed service or the military, unquote, is factually incorrect, and a read of the Council's agenda clearly confirmed the contributions from other such military organisations. I spent 12 years, Lord Mayor, in the Army Reserve, and during this time I participated in many Anzac Day marches and parades, and I got to visit the RSLs, and back in the late 70s and 80s, many of the old diggers from World War II, and indeed a few stragglers from World War I, were present, and their stories that I listened to and heard were very touching, and it had an indelible impact on me. My great uncle paid the ultimate sacrifice to the cause and lost his life in World War I as well. Soldiers Avenue does not glorify the war. It is not a war memorial. It is a sacred place of remembrance that through the hard voluntary work of FOSMA have saved this important council-owned landmark. In summary, I'd just like to say what the President of the Friends of Soldiers Memorial Avenue letter summarised, and he says, I quote, comments that were made by an elected member were factually incorrect, highlight a lack of knowledge of the history of the avenue, and these comments were disrespectful and disappointing, to say the least. So the very least we can do, Lord Mayor, is issue an apology in writing to the Friends of Soldiers Memorial Avenue to express our regret for the hurt and disappointment the comments of an elected individual member has caused, and to make clear that these comments do not reflect the views of the collective council. Furthermore, the letter offers the council sincere thanks to the Friends for their enduring leadership. One more minute, if I may.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. 1 minute. Thanks, Councillor.
The letter offers the council sincere thanks to the Friends for the enduring leadership, advocacy and stewardship of the avenue. The response given to FOSMA by saying we acknowledge the concerns raised regarding comments made during the council meeting, which were made by Councillor Posselt, that's not good enough. We have to make an apology, not an acknowledgement of things, and it's clearly set out in the motion. I encourage all members, if they care about this very, very important part of our society and community, that they support this motion.
Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, I'm not going to support this motion. I don't think that every time someone makes a disappointing and disrespectful comment, we all have to apologise for it. If an individual councillor makes a comment, then that's on them, not on us. So I have no problems voting no for this motion. I do respect the work that's occurred over there, and I do understand that there's 535 plaques that we now own, that our responsibility to be maintaining and replacing over time as well. I also understand we did give, I think it was $9,000 as a contribution towards replacing stolen plaques. So we have a very strong relationship with the Soldiers Memorial Walk. So I don't feel guilty about what someone said. I don't feel the need to apologise for what one person said. I don't think the council needs to send a letter on behalf of us to say, well, we're sorry for what someone said. and that we respect you guys for what you're doing over there. That's all, it's all done. They come to us when they need our help. We've had a great relationship with them for decades. And bringing this motion to council, I think, is really quite inappropriate and superfluous, whatever that word is not necessary because it doesn't do anything. I'm not going to support the motion. I encourage everyone else to not support it as well. If Councillor Basalt wants to offer an apology, that's up to him. Not my business what he said in the chamber. Everyone in here, I guess, could be accused of, being very disappointing and disrespectful on some topic at some point. And imagine if this sets the precedent, we've all got to apologise on behalf of, Councillor Mike Dutta over there because he said something we didn't like, or he upset some group. It's a bit silly, really. So I'm encouraging you all, just let's move on.
Alderman Bloomfield.
I find it strange that such an argument was just presented simply because we absolutely have done that in the past on a completely different topic when Councillor Elliott was in fact sanctioned to somewhat degree for her personal views made in socials. And I can remember very much there were motions associated with that, and I believe, in fact, I think the room supported them. But I would like to really go back to what I think is more important to discuss at this point, and that is that I actually don't like the terminology ultimate sacrifice because it makes it quite vanilla what actually just happened. People died. We forget, I think, that there is a unique bunch of people in our community who put service to our country above themselves, which means that they place their life as not as valuable as that of their families, their community, and they will effectively put this death to simply ensure that those that they love are supported. And I also would like to point out too that the reason why we have these memorials, why they're so important, is because trauma that come from men who failed to come home and women who failed to come home can be generational trauma. My family have members who didn't come home from World War I. My grandfather was a Navy man who was the signalman who was the last person to speak. I think it was the HMS Melbourne who went down in WA, last person to speak to those men before they disappeared. He had to wear that trauma the rest of his life. I have current members who are still living with us who one reached the captain of the Navy as well commander of the Navy before he retired. He never spoke of what happened in Iraq. And more importantly, I have other family members who were POWs in Japan, and the trauma that they suffered collapsed their family and generations to come that are still profoundly affected. So when we talk about service to Australia over self, we aren't just talking about those who didn't come home, we're talking about those they left behind who need to see something. And part of the healing is the ability of those left behind to learn to be able to embrace the commitment that those men and women had to do such an extraordinary thing, to give their lives to our country. So I actually feel, frankly, that to not understand this and the value of that memorial, the value of the cenotaph, is actually quite a gregarious issue when you're an elected member, because this is our community and this is the importance it should have to us all. So I would very much as I dislike the fact that we have to do what we are doing here with this letter, I do feel that we can't walk past. But I will ask a question, and that is, will this put the council into disrepute with some form of discrimination? Does it qualify for that, to do this?
Young.
Through.
So there's no protected element here with
No,
us
so
doing this.
there's no privilege, which we talked about earlier tonight, for local government. So if a councillor is alleged to have brought the council into disrepute by their individual act or omission, the correct way through is through the Code of Conduct.
Except if the organisation is in a position not to do so, it's been left to us, which I think is what this letter implies. So thank you.
Further discussion? Any further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I mean, it's clear that the Friends are understandably very upset, and you can see that. I mean, there's a 3-page letter here to that effect. And importantly, the motion isn't seeking to censure or snuff out anyone's views or send people off to the discrimination, write letters about them and all that sort of stuff. It's not about that at all. And I remember we had a meeting with the former Director of Local Government, Mr Healy, and when the council was talking, okay, well, what if one of us says something that someone disagrees with or it's caused offence to a community? And I remember clearly the Director's advice was, well, you can pass a motion to say that isn't the view of the council. And I think that's exactly what is happening here. We're not condemning an individual. We're not seeking to have them censured and doing 2 motions about that person's behaviour. This isn't about that behaviour. This is about the councillors' collective. We apologise for the offence and it's not our view. I think this is following on the advice that the Director of Local Government gave us. And this isn't a sweep it aside type thing, a passing comment that one person was hurt by. As Alderman Bloomfield's so clearly articulated, these are important issues and offence that can really cut really deep to people, and it's clear that it has. So I think it's right that we just do this. We apologise for the offence, and I do, in saying that, thank the staff for the initiative of sending their own acknowledgement. And I read through that this afternoon, and they said what they could say because they can't speak on our behalf. But we as councillors can apologise for the hurt that was caused and say that's not our view. And I think this is a time and a place where we do that.
Further discussion? No further discussion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a few comments. You know, when I look at the comments made by Councillor Passant, he simply asked the questions. The issue here is not about caring for those people. The issue is not about the trauma or the death. That is not the issue. The issue for me is the contribution of $9,000. And he was, as an elected member, asking the question about the contribution that was asked. In no way did he imply that he was disrespectful for the trauma, the pain, etc. of those people. And I think that's what we need to distinguish and decipher. The issue for him was the money, and then he was asking the question, and the director was asked the question about who owned that. And when maybe it was incorrectly answered from my understanding, but there was no intention on the director to mislead or for anyone to mislead. So for me, it is very clear that he was asking about insurance, he was asking about ownership, he was asking about budgeting. As an elected member, it is our responsibility when it comes to money, if it's $10, $50, $100, whatever, to ask the question. And he was doing that. He in fact stated that he was torn, in fact. These are his very words. In no way he was disrespectful in the questions that he asked. So my conclusion is this: I don't think there was any intention for him to hurt, to disappoint, or be disrespectful. There was no intention. If that was unfortunately interpreted as such, then it is for Councillor Passant to deal with, and I agree totally with Councillor Harvey and the points that he had made. Thank you.
Alderman Zuko.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I've said a few things in this room and never intentional. But some people got hurt over them over the years. So whether they're intentional or not intentional, some people get hurt, especially this organisation. I think you've got to read what they're saying. And what they're saying is, however, while viewing the recent meeting, it seemed that the councillors have serious misconceptions about FOSMA and the Avenue. The council's ongoing responsibilities of particular concern were comments from Councillor Basalt, who stated that. Now, if they're saying it stated that, they watched the meeting and it's in the meeting. I feel there is no money here whatsoever for armed services or the military. And these are inherently military memorials. Councillor Basalt's comments were factually incorrect, and a read of the council agenda clearly confirmed the contributions provided from other organisations. And it goes on. So they are actually stating what Councillor Basalt actually said. So this organisation has been around quite a long time and they do a very good job. I note this afternoon the CEO decided to respond. I would have actually preferred for the CEO to wait for our decision tonight and then the council can respond. We talk about showing respect and doing the right thing by our community. This is a very, very important component of our community. If misinformation is provided to the elected members, it needs to be rectified. If elected members don't understand the organisation, they should be advised accordingly, like this organisation has. And it's not just about this organisation. I think sometimes we forget we are in this country in the manner it is, because a lot of those people, let's not forget that, because we could have been taken over by some crazy people at the time. That's the best words I'm going to say. If those people hadn't fought the way they fought. I am very lucky and privileged to be in this country because of what they did for the country. And I don't think sending a letter of apology to this organisation on behalf of the council, whether it was one elected member or 12 elected members, or whether it was one of our staff, I think sometimes we've got to get beyond our political differences and understand that one of our team has upset this organisation, and I think we as a council are obligated to ensure that we respond. This is not calling on Councillor Basalt to be sat in the corner. It's not that at all whatsoever. It's all of us to be sat in the corner and apologise, because we are all very, very lucky to be here.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yes, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I don't actually see this as a political difference. No. From my recollection of what happened at the meeting, it was a financial question. It was regarding an amount that we were going to put forward for the plaques. From my recollection, and I'm happy to be corrected on this, Councillor Posselt asked if we owned the plaques. He was advised that we didn't own them. And from my recollection, that was quite possibly incorrect. So some of the comments that have been made around the table, I don't agree with them. I find some of them false equivalency and subsequently an illogical or a logical fallacy. But from my position, and I don't wish to speak for anybody, I don't wish to speak on behalf of the council. I know sometimes when the Lord Mayor speaks on behalf of the council as a spokesperson for the council, she's sometimes berated for speaking on behalf of the council. Because we all speak on our own behalf, and we all have our own opinions, and we also speak, a lot of us here in this chamber, about freedom of speech. We talk about how we're free to voice our opinions, and Councillor Posselt had his. A lot of us didn't agree with that.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Sherlock is stating incorrect facts about what Posselt said. I have it in writing here, what Posselt said, which is going to counter what Councillor Sherlock made the statement that she think that Councillor Posselt made a certain statement. I've got the exact facts here in writing from Posselt.
Sorry, that's not a point of order. That's a difference of opinion, and that's not a point of order.
No, it's a statement of fact in Posselt's writing. If you want to hear it.
That's not a point of order.
Read it somewhere.
Councillor, Deputy Lord Mayor, if you'd like to continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as a result, because we all have freedom of speech, as a result, because we don't all speak on behalf of the council, except for, according to the Act, the Lord Mayor speaks on our behalf. People get up on the radio and say, how can the Lord Mayor speak on our behalf? We have it here in the chamber. Well, individuals also talk about how freedom of speech is really quite important. We're entitled to have our opinion, and Councillor Posselt was entitled to have his as well. Now, I'm not justifying what he said, because I voted in a completely different way to Councillor Posselt. But what I can say is this. To John Wadsley and to the Friends of Soldiers Memorial Avenue, I'm sorry. I'm sorry from the Deputy Lord Mayor if any hurt and disappointment was caused. And I think I will leave it at that. Because for me, I've personally said something that I didn't do. And I don't think, from the various different reasons that I've just pointed out, this particular motion, somebody said this is not about behaviour. Absolutely it's about behaviour. It says it right there. It says the hurt and disappointment the comments of an individual elected member has caused. Now it's talking about behaviour. So once again, I'll reiterate the sorry. But I will also reiterate that Councillor Posselt is entitled to his opinion, and individual councillors around the table are entitled to theirs as well. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion? Councillor Kelly, would you like to sum up? Councillor Coates?
Thank you. Look, I'll keep this quite simple. I sometimes think that, you know, actions can speak louder than words. Let us all hope that one of our colleagues didn't intend offence. And I think, as the you know, letter has pointed out, you know, this is Fosma's words, not mine. These comments was disrespectful as an elected member and disappointing, to say the least. Now, you know, again, actions speak louder than words. For better or worse, the Friends of Soldiers Memorial grouping have taken the act of writing a pretty comprehensive letter. They've taken a further act of offering a briefing, offering a tour, seeking to work with council to address what, in their mind, were clearly comments that were disrespectful as an elector and disappointing, to say the least, as they've written. And so, you know, I don't know, I don't understand any sort of controversy around this. You know, I think we can all understand when we speak as a council, when we make a decision as a council, but, you know, for better or worse, maybe, I would hope that it wasn't intentional or any of that nature, but, you know, for better or worse, there's a group out there in the community who have taken this action to write to us and to raise these concerns, and I think it is appropriate that we take an action in response. I was very pleased to note that the administration has already taken an action, and I believe it's now up to us to do so as well. I support the motion.
Any further discussion? Councillor Kelly, would you like to sum up?
I will sum up. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Don't please bring in new information at this point.
Answering someone's debate. Lord Mayor, he can do that.
No, he can only do new.
Someone has raised a debate. Councillor Kelly can speak to whatever's been raised.
Of course, but not bring in new information.
Not information, but answer that point. Thank you.
Councillor Dutta and Councillor Sherlock have incorrectly stated what actually happened at this meeting. Councillor Posselt, in his own words, it states, and it's on his Facebook page, they don't belong to the city, no funding is received from any military body. Wrong and wrong. We don't think a councillor might have thought, and it's a bit of a grey area, it is a fact, statement of fact, it's wrong. If we're not big enough to apologise to one of the most sacred organisations this city, our state, from the First Nations people and these people who sacrificed everything to give this country to what it's made today, what sort of people are we? If we're not big enough to offer an apology, how hard is it? How hard? But no, we've got and anyone here today or tonight that votes against this and doesn't support this motion, as you walk past that memorial board, hang your head in shame. Hang your head in shame. Because this is one organisation that we should have the utmost respect for. And we cannot afford to shun or show the disrespect that they've stated themselves. It's not me dreaming this up.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
This representation of everyone, we haven't shown any disrespect.
No, I think.
How can you accuse us of disrespect?
Look, I don't think it's a point of order, but I was trying to say to Councillor Kelly that I ask you to speak respectfully and try to avoid sort of
verbaliness.
And to quote the President's comments, word disrespectful.
This is the second time Councillor Harvey is interrupted.
No, he called a point of order.
No. He sat back down and interrupted while he's speaking. Yes, you did. Let's get it on video. Thank you. That's a point of order. That is a point of order.
Councillor Kelly's final wrap up, please.
So we, as an organisation, can't we say sorry? We've done it to a lot of other people. We do it consistently. It's a worthy organisation. A mistake has been made. We've been shamed. The people are telling us how they feel from FOSMA. Is it really that hard? As I said, as we walk by that on a board tonight, if you can't support this, hang your head in shame.
All right, I'll put the motion from Councillor Kelly and Alderman Zuko. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
Against?
Against, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy, and I believe the Mayor's hand is up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's lost. We'll move on now to item 22, which is another motion from Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will just introduce the motion and I will reserve my right to speak later. The motion...
Motion, Councillor Lohberger.
The motion states, given the Tasmanian Planning Commission's unequivocal independent expert advice, do not proceed with the stadium at Macquarie Point, the Hobart City Council calls upon the Tasmanian Government and all state MPs, 1, vote against the order for approval of the Macquarie Point Stadium when it comes before Parliament. 2, to vote for a motion requesting that the government renegotiate with the AFL board to explore revised terms and conditions for the project. And 3, urge the Tasmanian government to consider the range of alternative options for building a stadium that better meets the needs of the community and ensures financial sustainability of the state's budget. 2, the council requests the CEO to investigate council-owned land that may be suitable for the development of the Aboriginal culturally informed zone, given...
Just raising an issue that's irrelevant. Look, I appreciate that the member is...
Sorry, what is the point of order?
When
When people give points of order, can you please cite the point of order as stated in the local government.
Sorry,
meeting
so
regulations.
point of order at meeting, renew regulations 25, section 27, 1A. Irrelevant to the motion, it's a 3-page motion. We've got it in front of us. He's just reading it out verbatim.
That's not irrelevant, though. It is the motion. So
It's not relevant to the debate of the motion. I've got the motion in front of me. I don't need to listen to 3 pages of it.
Okay, well, it's Councillor Dutter's choice. It's not irrelevant to the motion.
When I finish, if I read the 3 pages, you tell me. So, investigate council-owned land that may be suitable for the development of the original culturally informed zone, given that the government stadium plans have removed the option of this becoming a reality at Mac Point. 3, the council delegate authority to the chief executive officer to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the state regarding the Macquarie Point Stadium. And number 4, the MO will constitute the protection of the city's interests and ensure tangible benefits to the community. And number 5, the proponents be informed that the City of Hobart has a good neighbour agreement with regards to the waste management at McRoby's, and that the other points are mentioned there. Thank you very much.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, I have a question through you to Mr. Young. When does the time factor start for when a person stands up to put a motion and then speak for debate? When does the time actually start?
So I think through you, Lord Mayor, the way I can answer that question is that we start running the clock once the councillor starts speaking.
Okay, so hopefully we've run the clock on us being
Sorry,
ready.
are you starting to speak now?
No, I'm asking another question.
Back to the question, please, Alderman Zuko.
I'm getting to the question,
Well,
Lord
you're
Mayor.
doing commentary on the question.
Well, I'm not trying to do commentary. You're interrupting. Thank you. So considering that Councillor Dutta has read out the motion, had you started the clock? Where is the clock at this point in time?
When Councillor Dutta ceased speaking, I stopped the clock at 1 minute 49.
Okay, so we've got 1 minute 49. Thank you very much.
The Lord Mayor, that was my understanding, that the rest of it I will speak to it, but I have the remainder time. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, this would come as no surprise to anyone, but I believe the Rockcliffe Government Stadium deal with the AFL is the wrong deal for Tasmania. It's divided the state on a topic we once supported almost unanimously, the long-held dream for a Tasmanian team in the AFL. Tasmania is different to other states. We all know it, and they all joke about it. But it is true, and one of the main reasons is our decentralisation. The traditional AFL states, Victoria, South Australia and WA, all have more than 70% of their population in the capital city, while New South Wales has 66%, it's 2/3. By comparison, less than half of Tasmania's population lives in and around Hobart, it's only 45%. The balance live mostly in the north and northwest, which also happens to be Tasmania's football-playing heartland. The Bacon government recognised this decades ago. It set up Launceston as the central hub for AFL in Tasmania, inking a long-lasting AFL deal with Hawthorn and spending tens of millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars that is, upgrading York Park into one of the best playing fields in the country. It was previously just a suburban playing field, and an incredible amount of Tasmanian taxpayer funds have been spent on that field already. What we needed in Tasmania from the AFL was a deal that recognised our decentralisation and celebrated it. A deal that tied the new team to better outcomes for local football around the state. But instead, we've got a stadium-centric deal that celebrates nothing about Tasmanian football and which has bitterly divided Tasmanians and turned off many previous supporters of a Tasmanian AFL team. And I unfortunately include myself in those numbers. And look, finally, I'd just like to end my contribution with a warning. I truly believe that if this ruinous, budget-risking stadium goes ahead in the midst of Tasmanian government budget cuts to health, community services and education, then the AFL Commission will be increasingly held responsible for the failures and the terrible outcomes that are going to occur. If your mum had a heart attack and the ambulance didn't come, blame the cost of the stadium. Little Billy's public school can't afford excursions, blame the cost of the stadium. Your sister can't get mental health support and is spiralling out of control, blame the cost of the stadium. This is the true legacy that the AFL risks creating in Tasmania if this stadium proposal goes ahead. So look, in conclusion, I'd just like to call on the members of the Tasmanian Parliament to actually do the right thing here and demand a renegotiated deal with the AFL that does not require a ruinously expensive and unnecessary stadium right in the midst of a state budget crisis. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, I have another question, Lord Mayor. Can the appropriate officer advise me if a similar discussion in regards to the Tasmanian Planning Commission response to the draft integrated assessment report came to Council in April this year?
Mr Young, do you understand the question? Oh, do you want to repeat your question, Alderman Zuko?
Did the report for the multi-purpose stadium project of state significance in regards to the submission to the Tasmanian Planning Commission in response to the draft report come to Council in April this year?
Oh, sorry, I'll get the CEO to answer the question.
It did come to the Council acting as planning authority.
Thank you. Did Councillor Dutta move that motion? Did Councillor Kitsos second that motion? I can tell you yes, Lord Mayor. My next question is, these are questions, Lord Mayor. My next question is, no, it's all right, I'll go into debate now. Just want to make this point. The Councillor Kitsos says, you know, why should we be debating similar motions? We debated a similar motion in regards to the stadium, not the first time, many times before. But what I find interesting is the moving of how things have been evolving. And what's really interesting to me is that we should listen to our fellow elected members, because I think it's so important that we listen to every one of the elected members, not Marty Zuko. You don't have to listen to me. But I would like you to listen to an elected member who wrote to the Premier on the 29th of January 2023 at 8:51 p.m. Dear Premier Rockcliffe, I wanted to write to you briefly about the proposed Macquarie Point. Some Hobart City councillors are using the stadium as a political tool to gain popularity ahead of the state election and have come out strongly against the proposal. Ooh, very strong words. I'm going to listen to this elected member because I'm going to do exactly what this elected member is telling the Premier. I wanted to reassure you that the councillors who are largely supportive of the precinct, even those who are affiliated with other parties, I'll continue to work with councillors and encourage HCC not to take a formal position on the proposal. So please do not listen to me. Please listen to this elected member who's in our chamber. Maybe not in our chamber at the moment. I think it's very important we are in the room working proactively with the state government to ensure the needs of the city are met and ensure we are providing the urban infrastructure in the surrounding areas to support the stadium precinct. I can keep on going and reading all the things that this councillor is advising the Premier and advising and will lobby fellow elected members to do the same. And not only that, he stated that there are some Hobart City councillors who are using the stadium as a political tool. Look, Lord Mayor, I won't read the rest of it. I am going to listen to this elected member. Unfortunately, Councillor Pasalt is not here tonight, but I believe that we as elected members should listen to what one of our fellow elected members is saying. Let's stop playing political football. And I'll say it to you in this way, because we are playing political football. No disrespect to Councillor Dutta, but do you know what is going to happen with this when it gets to the state parliament over there, in which 74% support of the Labor Party and the Liberal Party, who represent 3/4 of the community across the state, they will laugh at us. They will look at it and go, ain't going to happen. It's very similar, Lord Mayor, it's very similar to the previous motion in which Councillor Kelly lost. I counted the numbers before the motion was put. I even counted the numbers before the motion was put when I couldn't speak. So let's stop kidding ourselves and please, let's listen to Councillor Pasalt, because he's provided me with some magnificent words of encouragement that our elected members here will listen to him. So please don't listen to me. This is Councillor Pasalt writing to the Premier in January. Let's not. I've got to say to you, if I was a state, can I have 1 minute, please?
Moved by Deputy, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye.
I'll say this to you: if I was a state parliamentarian, I've got to say, you know what I'd be doing in the middle of that parliament? I'd be bringing this up. I'd be bashing the Hobart City Council. Sorry, wrong words. I'd be castigating. Is that better, Lord Mayor? Yeah. I'd be castigating the Hobart City Council on daring to try and tell us what to do when we are the ones who put them in the positions they're in. Please listen to Councillor Pasalt. This is his words.
Further discussion. Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm in strong support of this motion. I've spoken on numerous times in this chamber about the stadium and what a terrible idea it is, and I will continue to fight to stop it. The Tasmanian Planning Commission's independent advice could not be clearer. The Macquarie Point Stadium should not proceed at this site. Their report describes the project as too big for the site, a large bulky monolith that would irrevocably change for the worse the way the landscape and the urban pattern is understood. These are not political opinions. They're the considered findings of the state's highest planning authority, and to ignore that advice would be to abandon the very principles of evidence-based planning that underpin good governance in Tasmania. I'm going to talk about a few things this evening, so bear with me. But first is planning integrity and public trust. The Council has already formed a position on this matter. In April, we did resolve that the stadium should not be built at Macquarie Point because of the negative impacts that outweigh the benefits. The Planning Commission has now reinforced that conclusion in no uncertain terms. If the government proceeds regardless, it sets a precedent that political will can overrule independent expertise, that the public process doesn't matter if the answer isn't what they want. This is bigger than a stadium. It's about trust. It's about whether Tasmanians can believe that their voices and their planning systems still count. Now on to heritage, place and the character of Hobart. The Commission warned of very significant adverse impacts on the Cenotaph, the Royal Engineers Building, the Hunter Street Precinct. And these are not just old buildings, they are the story of Hobart themselves. We are a city defined by our river, our mountain and our heritage. To impose a concrete monolith between the Cenotaph and the waterfront is to rewrite that story, to turn what is authentic and layered into something hollow and commercial. And the Commission made another crucial point. The site would be inactive for most of the year, a dead zone in what would be one of Hobart's most vibrant and creative precincts. That's a lost opportunity that we can't get back. Next, on to essential services and state priorities. Outside this chamber, Tasmanians are watching as the government ploughs ahead with $1 billion project while the state's essential services crumble. Our health system is losing frontline workers faster than they can replace them. The clinical trials unit, vital for patient care and innovation and treatment, has been slashed by 60%. Teachers are on strike, exhausted and underpaid, trying to keep the classrooms running. And yet this government finds the money, the urgency and the political capital to prioritise a stadium that its own planning experts say should not be built. It's not just tone deaf, it's irresponsible. Tasmanians deserve a government that invests in people before this project. Fiscal and infrastructure risks for the city. People have commented, what's this got to do with Hobart City Council? Well, everything. It's in our municipality. We are going to bear the brunt of this. This motion recognises that the City of Hobart will bear real and ongoing risks if this project goes ahead. The stadium's footprint will impact our local roads, footpaths, stormwater and lighting networks. It will dramatically increase traffic pressure across the CBD and the waterfront. It will require expensive management of parking, transport, logistics and access, particularly during construction when city businesses already struggling with visitation and cost will be hit the hardest. If fill from the site is proposed for McRobbie's Gully, that too has its limits under the current Environmental Protection Notice, limits that must be respected to protect the nearby residents. That's why this motion calls for a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, between the City and the State Government, not to endorse the project, but to ensure that if it proceeds, our ratepayers aren't left carrying the cost. That MOU must guarantee transparency, accountability and tangible community benefit. Finally, the Aboriginal cultural commitments. We cannot ignore what has been lost at Macquarie Point, the Aboriginal culturally informed zone. This was once the centrepiece of the precinct's vision, and that promise has been erased. This motion seeks to rebuild it by directing our CEO to identify other council land where that vision can live on, a place for truth-telling, respect and cultural leadership. That is the least we can do to honour our commitments that should never have been broken. In conclusion, the Planning Commission has done its job, now it's our job to do ours, to stand with the evidence, with community and with long-term interests of the city. It's about planning integrity, financial responsibility and protecting Hobart's heritage and its people from a project that serves neither. Thank you.
Further discussion, Alderman Bloomfield.
I'm quite surprised that this motion actually made the room, because the debate is currently sitting with lower house, then it'll go to upper house. It's in their hands, not ours. We've actually had our voice. We were given the opportunity to provide a deputation. We've done that. And that held significant weight, not just with the community, but also with the discussion that they're currently having. They wear the responsibility. They wear the decision too. And we've also been given a role. Whatever the decision is, the role is in fact that we'll be overseeing the planning and acting in the best interest of the city. And I just find it bizarre that somehow we've decided to overreach and decide that we're not doing that role. Apparently we're now doing their role for them. And I'm going to liken that to sometimes situations occur in my working life where I'll have a client who says, oh, my bookkeeper said that I need to restructure. And I went, really? I said, the bookkeeper doesn't have the training, they don't have the right to give tax advice or structural advice, they don't have the education, they don't know the full picture, yet they are giving you advice. Do you think they might be accurate, or do you think they're perhaps overreaching who they in fact should be operating as? Their best interest, their role is in fact to oversee the bookkeeping. That's what they're trained for, that is what they are accredited to do. They are not accredited to do my role. My role is what I'm accredited to do. Similarly, we are here to operate according to the role that we have been supplied, which is to oversee the Planning Act in the best interest of the city. It does not mean that we get to continue to lobby, because that's been done. We actually got a gold-plated opportunity and we took advantage of it. We did that. We did the deputation. We have done all of that work. We have had our say. What happens next doesn't lie on our shoulders. It actually lies on state government's shoulders. Okay, and sometimes we're not going to like the outcome. And then our role becomes even more important, because we have to look after the community despite whatever decision is made, whether we like it or not. We need to be there as the backstop to say, well, decision's been made, we have done everything we could to do the position that we could with what we had, that's done. But now what needs to happen is that we look after what happens next. So this, unfortunately, has little to no value. It is out of line in many, many ways. And unfortunately, it simply gives great media, and that disappoints me because we're not necessarily here, I don't think, to simply say, oh, look at me, I've done this. This does nothing, and it's not something to be proud of.
Further discussion, Councillor Kelly.
Questions, if I may, Lord Mayor?
Yes.
The motion 2.1, investigate council-owned land that may be suitable for the development of Aboriginal cultural informed zone, given that the government stadium plans remove the option of this becoming a reality on Mac Point. Has council entered, maybe a question for the CEO, entered into any discussions as to alternative places for such an Aboriginal zone, Aboriginal culturally informed zone, since they were moved from Macquarie Point?
Yeah.
Thanks. I mean, I don't think formally they have been removed from Macquarie Point, but I mean, we have discussions at different times about land that could be available for Aboriginal Cultural Centre, and again, nothing to a point that that has been discussed with the council yet, but there certainly has been some preliminary discussions.
To the CEO again, has Hall Saddle been identified as a potential place?
No.
Question to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, have you entered into any discussions with anyone from the Aboriginal community about using Hall Saddle for? Have you spoken to Ruth Langford, who's a First Nations person? You haven't.
I have spoken to Ruth Langford, yes.
About using Hall Saddle?
I haven't talked to her about using Hall Saddle as an Aboriginal cultural centre. It's been, I think we even involved, oh sorry, I should stand up. The council put in a urban precincts and partnerships grant, and as part of that we did seek some, I'd probably get one of the officers to clarify it, but as part of that there was an Aboriginal consultant who assisted with putting that in, and there was a suggestion that there might be some use, a shared use for rangers. So I think the Wellington Park Trust now has money for Aboriginal rangers, and so there was some discussion around that, but that's what I understand.
So just to clarify, there has been some sort of discussion about Hall Saddle being used for an Aboriginal area.
I'll ask Director Eaton to...
Through you, Lord Mayor, it was a heritage consultant to inform our application through the Urban Precincts and Partnerships program.
But I'm still getting a bit confused here, if I may, through you, Lord Mayor, to the officer. So was that, just simply put, was Hall Saddle a potential place for this, for an Aboriginal cultural zone, culturally informed zone? Is that what we're drilling down to here, or I'm getting a bit confused?
No, it was, the application was for the planning towards a transport solution and visitor hub.
Now, I think this debate is going to continue on for a while, so I am going to adjourn for a 20-minute or so dinner break, and then we can come back and finish the debate, because I'm just worried that it's just getting on a bit. So if everyone could come back here by 7:20, please. reopen our meeting. Back into the agenda item number 22. Would anyone else like to speak on this motion? Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, thank you very much. I do note that at the start, when I raised the point of order, my fellow member then just summarised the points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rather than the whole thing, and I thank him for that. That was lovely. Look, very quickly, I just think this motion is sort of in the wrong spot. Most of what is being asked here is best something that we tackle as a council after we know the result of what's going to happen in Parliament. I note that this calls on a series of actions for the officers to do, and I struggle to sort of make exact sense with, as I read the motion and what it's calling for. And it is a very, very prescriptive motion. Like, this isn't a sort of like a general statement. This is a, 1, 2, 3, da 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 da. I mean, this motion in number 3, for example, that we delegate the authority to the CEO to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with a state government. We then say it's subject to us ratifying, so I guess that makes sense. It comes back and the CEO provides updates. But in the officer response, the officers are already negotiating an MOU. Now, the motion, if we pass it tonight, are we delegating that authority or not? Or do they already have that authority? That raises a concern with me. In the officer response, it talks about they'll be doing an additional MOU. Now, we're saying this MOU, and again, it's very prescriptive, these are the key points that need to be included in it. But yet in the officer response, it says here, we're currently drafting an MOU that is narrow in focus and does not address the range of points that are included. Should this motion be successful, council officers approach the state government and request an additional MOU. And they can't compel the state government to enter. So, as I read it, the CEO clearly already has the delegation because they're doing it. So that part of the motion just doesn't make sense to me anymore. If we were to pass this motion tonight, in complying with the motion, the officers have indicated to us in the administrative response that they're already negotiating a narrow one, but they're going to now do a second additional one. And of course, they're indicating that they can't compel. If I was a state government, I'd just go, all the stuff I want, I'm going to put in the narrow one, and all the stuff I don't want, I'm going to shove in the additional and just not agree to it. So I don't really get how this, strategically, if you want to approach this issue, and I appreciate that there is a role for us to play going forward in this, and doing an MOU seems to me that that's what council officers are already doing. And then, of course, we talk about, in item 2, that the CEO investigate land and for this zone, but again, it just, before we know the stadium project's going to get knocked back in a few weeks' time. So I don't really see, outside of obviously a further opportunity to discuss the pros and cons of having a stadium, what we're actually asking the officers to do and what this motion is calling for to happen, it's sort of happening anyway, but then the way that this is written, it becomes quite prescriptive around them, and the way the council officers have provided the administrative response seems to indicate that I really don't see much of a value in it. I suggest that the bulk of this concern that's being raised are issues that are best addressed after we know what the actual outcome is of the project of state significance and the parliamentary process. And for the bits that perhaps we should be looking at now, as I read the administrative response, it's happening. They are already drafting an MOU with the Department of State Growth. Look, I just see this as a big muddying of the waters, and I think if we pass it, it's going to be difficult for council officers to stay true to what is a sort of 3-page motion, identifying a whole bunch of areas and actions to take, and I just think it's a little bit of a governance mess. And so, look, I would foreshadow a motion to defer. I appreciate that if people would probably like to see this voted up, but I think perhaps we could have a substantive debate on the issues that are raised in this after we know the results of the project of state significance decision down at Parliament. And in the meantime, I actually have every faith in our officers, and as I read the administrative response, to act appropriately in the best interest of the city. Thank you.
So did you want to proceed with that procedural motion?
It was a foreshadow, I believe. Look, there's a whole number that want to speak on this, so I'll foreshadow it.
Okay. All right. Further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
So, working through the motion from the top, if we were able to vote separately on the items, I'm more than happy to support item number 2. Notwithstanding that I think the sentence at the end that the government's plan has removed the culturally informed area is inaccurate, but I would be happy. I think that's perfectly reasonable that we look at other options. If the council has land that can provide a better space, then great. But like I said, I do think that the statement that the culturally informed area has been removed from the proposal is inaccurate. I might have been looking at the wrong spot, but from what I could see, there was 8,000 metres squared currently planned to be allocated to that purpose in the current design. So there is space there, but if the council has space to do it better, then I'm all ears for that. I think that's good. Item number 1 is basically lobbying the state government to vote no. And I clearly remember when a few of us were criticised around Collins Street and sharing our concerns with the Minister for Transport around business, and they were actively advocating against income for the city, and that was only a measly $170,000 from memory, 160, something around that area. And it was laid on thick that we'd done the wrong thing in doing that. Under point number 1, you are actively advocating against the council receiving probably, let's say, guesstimate a couple of $100,000 each year in rates for the stadium. You're also advocating and actively working towards the economic benefits that were in our own AEC report that council obtained but seems to have tried quite hard to bury because it was quite positive. So actively working against $65.4 million in gross regional product during construction phase. You're actively working against the post-construction economic benefits, which were $87.2 million, and that's recurring per year. 813 FTE post-construction, 385 during construction. So we were ridiculed and guilted about advocating against, about expressing concerns when only 160,000 was on the line. But this motion is advocating against millions and millions and millions of dollars, the benefit for this city. You're actively working against the economic prosperity of this city and jobs in the city. It's really quite unfathomable. Nothing would surprise me though. The AEC report, it goes on into the other pages in talking about what we should be talking about. And I agree with Councillor Coates. I'm hoping that in January, once we know what this decision, and I do think the motion will pass and the stadium will be built, that our focus quickly shifts to how we're going to make the best of this situation. Because I do agree that this concept isn't my dream concept. There's no extra parking, and I do think there'll be traffic issues. Of course there will. There was traffic issues when we had the tram out the front on Saturday. And we called that a success because people came and enjoyed it. And that was on a much smaller scale. We're going to have traffic issues when people are coming to enjoy the stadium for all different sorts of music functions, sport. I have to make sure we don't see Councillor Lohberger there because he's declared he'll never attend, even though I know he's a football fan.
Point of order. I have not declared I will never attend the game at the stadium.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Not a point of order, but thank you.
Okay.
I
just wanted to clarify. So the councillor claims it's, again, I'd really like it if people could use the meeting procedures. So point of order, section 27(5). Section 27(1)(d), the councillor claims to have been misrepresented during the debate.
That's
So I
correct.
think that was the one, and you're claiming that that was a misrepresentation of what you've said. And so I will uphold that point of order.
Does that time come off, this question through you, Chair, does that time come off my debate time? Pause. Thank you. Right, so, and there's been also discussion around the fact that there's, that it's really troubling having political will overriding independent expertise, but we have that all the time. That's elections in a nutshell. It's democracy in action. It's majority rule. If we had independent experts deciding everything, then none of us would be sitting here. That's the entire point of every level of government, is that political will does exactly that. So I think we also have some double standards to consider. Let's imagine that Parliament actually raised a motion to say, we call a motion that the Hobart City Council pays attention to the economic development report it paid $170,000 for. Extension please, 3 minutes. I won't use it all.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye. Against say no, carried unanimously.
So I'm also confused about point 4 with the MOU, and just a question please. Time paused. Do we have what we need to deliver our functions without the MOU referred to in point 4? Do we have all the authorities required? Through you, Chair.
CEO.
So the MOU we're negotiating at the moment is based around the responsibilities that would fall to the council were a permit to be issued. It's about how that's regulated. Some would be beyond our means in terms of being able to do that. So the MOU is around making sure that we're able to manage that.
So, and just a question further, what components under point 4 aren't in the current MOU? Is there things that would need to be added? Because it's quite a lot. So the MOU at the moment just focuses on the planning conditions. Okay, all right. Well, I would absolutely support us revisiting stage 4 and the MOU in January when we know what the outcome is, because like Councillor Coates said, otherwise we're planning for an unknown outcome. So, in summary, this motion is actively working against millions and millions of dollars and jobs each year for our council. And you've criticised that in the past, that it was a terrible thing to do that, and yet that's exactly what you're doing. We have we follow the independent experts. We've got independent experts that for our city, our LGA, the people we represent, that it's going to be economically fantastic outcome, serious, like it's going to be alive. And part 2, I support. Part 3 should be left for January when we know what the decision is. And then we will shift gears into, instead of constantly trying to frustrate processes, we'll be able to say, okay, this is the decision that's been made, how can we make the best of it? So I'm looking forward to that point. And I think what the council's doing, and I actually think Alderman Zuko was a bit wrong in his debate where he said that they will laugh at us when they see this, because they already are laughing at us, Alderman Zuko. And I think we need to remember that there is a bigger picture at play here. This is a project of state significance. It's bigger than this council. That's why it's been taken off this council. And to be honest, I'm hoping that the cable car comes through the same process next.
Further discussion? Councillor Kelly.
I totally agree with Councillor Coates. It's all about timing, isn't it? So what is the point doing this now? Let's wait and see what the Parliament's decision is, and then we go in it. I mean, you've got to have a look at yourself in the mirror here. We wonder why we don't get taken seriously at times. There's been multiple stuff gone through already. We've got to just get a bit professional about the way we approach these things. It's a messy motion here. There's too many moving parts. It's once you get that happening, people just glaze over and walk away. So politically, it's probably not crafted as well as it should be. I mean, all the while you're getting elected members sending emails to the Premier supporting it, and he's going to encourage all other people to do it, and he's going to have people running out of the cliff face and how good that's going to be for the teams leaving the ground, and golf driving ranges there. I mean, we've got a serious credibility problem, and this type of motion is not doing us any good. I will not support it.
Further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I suppose I'll just thank my colleagues around the table for some of their comments. This is a big project. It's really quite massive. It's a project of state significance. The motion is massive. Perhaps it adequately represents the nature of the project that we're dealing with. Point number one actually is probably something we wish. And in politics, many of us wish stuff. We advocate, that's what we do. We try to advocate for the best interests of our community. I think portions of point one is doing exactly that. And we're entitled to do that. I think, as Councillor Elliott pointed out, it's majority rule. This is democracy, as I've said many times in this chamber. Take it, leave it. That's the decision of the MPs. But we live in Australia, it's a democratic country, we can advocate. The final decision will be theirs. Nobody is thinking otherwise on that. Point number two, it says the council requests the CEO to do something. I find it bizarre that this motion has been misinterpreted. We're not telling people something. We're asking, if it does go ahead, hey, could you do this with our CEO? We're requesting something with the CEO. We're requesting an MOU, as points out in the administrative response, and I'll just read it. It says, this MOU that you currently have, that you're actually talking with the state government, is narrow in focus and does not address the range of points that are included in this motion. Great, wonderful motion, thank you, because now it's a little bit more wider, it's not so myopic, it has a more structured focus, and something probably to do if the stadium actually goes ahead. We're, once again, trying to protect our own community, and it outlines at point 4 some of the things that need to be addressed, and these are really key, important things. We're talking about traffic and transport, addressing those concerns. We're talking about council-owned land. We're talking about council as an asset owner. We're talking about associated costs, including development. Of course, there's going to also be staff time within that. There's going to be a whole array of things that will be, part of something that we actually do here at the City of Hobart. The last part, question 5, actually talks about the Waste Management Centre at McRoby's Gully. Again, potentially, if the project actually goes ahead. So to me, it has 2 parts. It has one, hey, could you consider not doing it because of this, this and this reason? But hey, if you do go ahead with it for our ratepayers, for our city, for what the impact it's going to be for our city, could you come and talk to us a little bit? Could we negotiate on these various different things? Could you talk to our CEO about this? Could we have this discussion? Could we include this in an MOU? I find it quite bizarre, is a word that was used in this chamber tonight on this particular motion. I find it quite bizarre that the motion has been misinterpreted. How can we adequately vote on it if we've misinterpreted the motion? But that's what it's saying. What is also unfathomable to me is this. The AEC report that we actually had, and we've talked about it here already, there were some glaring assumptions, modelling assumptions, that at the end of the AEC report, you will note, they said there were key assumptions and limitations. Why were those limitations there? Because the input and output modelling that they actually based the numbers on had these following limitations. Lack of supply-side constraints, fixed prices weren't considered, fixed ratios for intermediate inputs and production, no allowance for economies of scope, no allowance for purchases, marginal responses to change, absence of budget constraints, and it goes on. You know, you can't just paint one side of the story and go, it's going to be really, really fabulous and it's going to be really wonderful. Okay, well, what are those figures based on? Oh, turns out not a really appropriate form of modelling, according to some who are economists, not me, but experts in the field of economy. I'll just have an extra 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
And by far, you know, if you want to rely on that economic analysis, let's understand an economic analysis is completely different to a cost ratio, cost-benefit analysis. It's cherry-picking something that really, of course a big project is going to bring money in. I mean, you'd be stupid not to think a big project is not going to bring money in, but it's about where did the data come from, what are the limitations around that modelling. And I'd like to read you something about that particular AEC report. The biggest problem with the economic model used in this study is that it assumes there is no budget constraint in place for residents. Or, in other words, Hobart LGA residents are to spend money at the venue and outside the venue without having any impact on their other household expenditure. This is clearly not true. Building a stadium does not suddenly create additional household income for Hobart LGA residents. I really, really recommend people read the entire that entire report and their own self-assessed limitations of that particular report. And in closing, Lord Mayor, we asked for a team. We're probably going to get a stadium built. That's a top shelf, A-grade level transaction cloaked in credibility yet hollow at its core. We're being sold AFL dreams, but billion-dollar nightmares probably for the kids that haven't even been born today. Why? Because it's going to have generational impacts for our state, for the individuals who live here. In the language of economics, this deal can perhaps be considered an asymmetry of information. In the language of humanity, a quiet betrayal. We are not purchasing what is being promised, because our reports show many of the aspects so far have the following appraisal: no assessment made, information limited, lack sufficient detail, sufficient analysis not undertaken, methods not stated, lack of clarity. We're purchasing the illusion of its worth. The shimmer of gold that, according to experts, academics and economists, will turn into dust. What is presented as value was in truth a veneer, a disingenuous exchange where profit, quite possibly, for a few, will eclipse integrity. These moments, for our city, for our state, they reveal more than mere government failure. They expose the moral deficit that arises when persuasion forgets its duty to honesty. And we have to honestly look at these reports. So I commend the motion. I don't want to re-prosecute our position because we've already, although I have largely to a degree, but for me it's a motion that I think is objectively valuable in different ways. It does outline certain things that would be valuable for the MOU, and it does advocate for our community, for individuals who live here and may possibly be impacted by it. Thank you.
Was up first.
How much did we pay for the AEC report?
Anyone know off the top of their head? Director Reynolds or Director Artup? 20 or so, 25 or something, was it? We'll take it on notice. Yeah.
A big amount. And did we ask for a discount? Because apparently the report's flawed and inadequate.
Sorry, Councillor Elliott, that's your sort of leading question.
We should probably ask for, I might put that as an emotion. We've got to get a discount on this, it's flawed.
All right.
Just a question. Can we just clarify, at the end of that particular AEC report, did they themselves point out the limitations of that particular report and the modelling on the input-output analysis? Can somebody clarify that for me, please?
Director Artup, did you want to take that one?
That report that AEC did describe the limitations of input-output modelling, which is the limitations of that modelling technique are necessary for economists to use that technique. There are other modelling techniques that can be used out there, but the report we used input-output.
Thank you.
Alderman Bloomfield.
It's a bit disturbed to hear that there was a lack of understanding about... yeah, there is. The statement saying where if the income is the same yet they've spent more isn't possible, I don't believe that's true. Can someone please confirm that? Because I thought there were different ways one could spend.
I think there's a concern. I'm a bit concerned that we're drawing the officers into the debate to ask them to reinterpret the papers, the studies.
So I can't ask the question of how it's possible that someone could have the same income yet somehow spend more. Surely we can have that answered.
Look, I think the officers are not the authors of the report. So that was an external consultant. So I think that kind of question can take on notice and ask the AEC to write back about that thing.
Serious.
Seriously. All right, any other discussion? Hasn't spoken. Councillor Dutta?
Thank you.
Is that your...
Yeah, I have used 1 minute something.
1 minute 40.
Yeah, so I'm not summing up. I'm just speaking on the leftover that I have. So say 1 minute 50, whatever it was. Now, let me make some introductory comment and then make some observations. Firstly, I want to say from the very start that my thesis is based on the fact that I support an AFL team. Quite categorically, unconditionally, unreservedly support a team. But I don't support the particular location where the stadium is going to be built. The observations I make here, that there were a number of comments made, and I thank you for them. Some of them were rather weak, laughable. It's not point to me responding. And there are some points made, I will respond to them. Let me draw your attention to the facts. Fact number one is this. When I brought the motion on the 24th of April, the motion is very different, very different. There was no MOU. There was no Aboriginal land issue. There was no calling on the members of the parliament. There was nothing to do with Macrobies, nothing there. Look at it. It was very different. It was in the context of the draft assessment report that was brought out by the Tasmanian Planning Commission that the staff wrote the report and it was then followed. So there were two of them. Let's get it right. The facts are, the first one was on the 9th of April at the Planning Commission, at the planning meeting. The second one was on the 28th of April, these two. And read it. They're very, very different. Point number one, fact number one. Fact number two is this. Let me draw your attention to my motion. It says the Hobart City Council calls upon the Tasmanian government. Now, remember, I'm not going to ask them to stop the $170,000 for the Collins. No, I'm not doing that. All what I'm saying, please get it right, I'm calling upon the state government. And in calling, what I'm doing, here are some words for calling, that is my understanding. I am requesting, I am urging, I'm making a formal appeal without any dictatorial terms. No, I'm simply calling upon them, urging them. Please respond to this, please hear us out. I'm pleading with you. I can go on my knees and beg if you can please listen to this. Now, so that's all it is doing. It is simply calling. It is saying we are wanting you to renegotiate. Why? Because the AFL said they wanted a stadium and it must be at this particular location. Now, if you look at this again, look at the facts. On the 13th of October, the Minister, Kerry Vincent, MLC, made this statement. Statement for reasons for the order.
That's for your 5 minutes.
My 5 minutes, I have another 3 minutes, thank you.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Coates. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
Clarification, Lord Mayor. Is Councillor Dutta summing up?
No.
Or is he? Yeah, I'm just saying, just curious.
3 minutes on
it
his
sounds like
opening.
summary, really.
No, I'm just making the facts.
Against.
Presenting my facts and clearing some of the facts that were not correct. Fact number two, what I'm referring to, if you look at the statement made by the Minister, statement for the reasons, he says this, and I read it to you. He says, now there were three places they looked at. One, York Park, Bellerive Oval, and North Hobart. Belrive Oval was counted out because it was going to, in fact, close the Church Street, Devon Street, and Beach Street. And 24 homes would have been removed. So that's no good. We accept it, no problem. I see the logic and I support that. Then they looked at North Hobart, and this is what they're saying. Similarly, North Hobart would not result in a closure of part of Argyle Street, Wright Street, and acquisition of removal of 50 homes, and some of them were heritage homes. So yes, I support that wholeheartedly. Please don't go there. And then they say, hear it, listen. This is a classic, listen to this. And then they looked at York Park and it said, could be achieved without removing existing houses or road closures. But the criteria for the site selection was because the proximity to the Hobart CBD was essential. So York Park is fantastic. Look at it, here's the evidence, the reason given. Now, therefore, I'm appealing. If the AFL must have it there, we have this option. It's in the middle of halfway between Tasmania, and it's perfect. We could take it there. So I'm saying, why don't we renegotiate? And then I'm saying, there are alternatives. So here it is, look at it. Here are the alternatives. There are 3 of them already there. The York Park alternative is brilliantly. Look at it for yourself, have a read. And then the third point that I want to make finally, fact number 3, is this. Now, I don't know if you have read it, but I have read it. If you have read the order, Macquarie Point Precinct Order 2025, Statutory Rules 2025, number 49, there are 157 pages. Now, because I read that twice, hence I brought the motion of MOU. Now, let me draw your attention to some of these things. It says in the planning authority will have jurisdiction in page number 6, which means the city council will have to approve things, not the elected members, I understand, but the council staff. Then if you look at car parking, they're saying in 24.B10 2C, have agreed to the existing street public car parking spaces on Evans Street. Now, they've got to negotiate with the council. They've got to get our consultation and our consent before they can proceed. We have a right, we own that. And then again have a look at 20.25B11, stormwater infrastructure. They need to consult with the Hobart City Council. 28.144B14.2 says public footpaths, proposed changes, share use paths, Hobart City Council must consent. Is my time up or 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Then it goes on, I'm hurrying now, traffic management, number clause 33C4, Hobart Rivulet, it goes on, Aboriginal heritage, and then it goes on and a number of other points are made in there. Read it for yourself and you will see that the Hobart City Council is the only council mentioned, no mention of Glenorchy City Council, Kimbra or any other council. Read it through. We have an invested interest. We have our ratepayers to worry about, and therefore I'm saying it is time for us to look at this. Thank you.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, I have a question. I think it must go to the CEO. Have elected members got an opportunity to meet with Minister Vincent and the Premier and give them a call to put forward their case?
Yes, we all do.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? There is no further discussion. I will make some comments, and I'd also like to start with some questions. I am interested in the reading that Councillor Dallas has done, and question would be, can Council receive a briefing paper that identifies the exact clauses of the stadium order that impact on the Council, identify an obligation on the Council, or delegate a role to the Council in the stadium development process? You'll want to take that on notice, I presume.
Oh, Lord Mayor, there's an item planned for the 10th of November workshop to do that very thing.
Right. And so can we receive the briefing paper on that before that workshop with those specific things?
Through you, Lord Mayor, yes, we can try to do that ahead of the workshop.
Okay. Can council receive advice on these issues before it's voted on by the lower house?
Yes, Lord Mayor, you can.
Can council receive advice of any potential costs or liabilities that may arise for the council from undertaking this role or these roles identified in the order?
We can certainly attempt to do so, Lord Mayor. Of course, the costs that we would face would mostly be officer costs, so there wouldn't be external costs, and it would depend on what unfolds as the stadium, if it's approved, was constructed. But we can certainly guesstimate what those costs would be.
I'm also really, that question of liabilities, I'm really interested in whether there's any liabilities if we didn't fulfil our job as required in the order, if something happened and we hadn't pulled it up on it, just those liability issues. And finally, can council receive advice on whether amendments to the order could or should be proposed that would improve the financial or administrative situation for the council?
Certainly, we can address that point as well.
Thank you. So yeah, I think those questions go to the heart of one of the reasons why I think this is an important motion for several reasons. Firstly, there were three reasons. Firstly, it does acknowledge the significant work done by the Tasmanian Planning Commission over the past year in conducting a thorough and independent assessment of this project. And let me remind everyone, we deal with planning much more often than the state Parliament does or the state MP. So we know planning pretty well. And so it's really important that as an institution we say that this piece of work needs to be respected. This process by the TPC started on the October 2023. It involved 13 days of hearings, poring over many thousands of pages of evidence and information and consideration of 840 representations. So the hasty dismissal of this expert evidence by some state politicians was not just disappointing for our State Planning Commission, but it's also embarrassing. It is concerning when individuals with limited planning knowledge disregard established processes based on their personal opinions. And I'm saying that no matter how important they are, we have an evidence-based planning system, a rules-based planning system, and it really sends a bad message that you can just ignore regulations because you say, I just want it. We do need to lead on this issue because this is the talk of the town. Everyone has an opinion on it, and it's in our city. To some extent, we do need to lead the state MPs, many of whom feel very boxed in by this particular development. Some people are boxed in by party loyalty. As far as members for Clark, I've spoken to 5 out of 7 who are not comfortable with this project, but it doesn't mean that they'll be able to vote that way. This motion also provides really important and timely and practical guidance for our CEO on the proposed moves, as the proposal moves through State Parliament. This work of MOUs and conversations and analysis of orders, this all is really important information that from a governance perspective we absolutely have to have oversight of it. I'm really pleased the CEO has taken the initiative to start an MOU, but for the governance, because of the complexity of this and the number of touch points with this organisation, it is absolutely essential that we have a deep understanding of the MOU and that it covers all of the things that we think should be in there, not just the initial things. So if this is passed, it will lead to a complex construction management process, and we need to ensure that the interests of the city and its ratepayers are protected during what will be likely a fairly chaotic range of issues that will spring up over years, not months. To those who advocate for council to disengage from this project and just say nothing because otherwise you'll be laughed at, I suggest that's really unrealistic. The reality is that publicly managed land by the council will be needed to be taken away. The council will also play a critical role in overseeing compliance. whether we like it or not. So it's crucial that we don't neglect these responsibilities, and again, we look after the ratepayers of Hobart. On the topic of the Aboriginal Cultural Centre, it is important that we explore its development. Tasmania is the only state without such a cultural centre, and it is vital for acknowledging and honouring our past. I'd like to remind people that in 2022, a transformative development at Macquarie Point was approved, and the shovels were poised to start the work, and that was the Mona Plan. This council was very much behind that plan, and it was meant to have at its centre, not in a little nature strip next to the highway, a nation-leading Truth and Reconciliation Art Park. The Mona Vision was an incredibly popular project. It included the huge public art park, a music bowl, a day and night produce market. Can I get an extra 1 minute? Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour say aye. Thank you. So it included a music bowl, a day and night produce market, hotels, a 2,000-seat conference centre, which is really important, and there's issues around that that I think will come up later. An Antarctic and Science Precinct and a transport hub for light rail. The Premier at the time, Will Hodgman, described the proposal as a critical opportunity and a game changer for the state. Of the plan, he said, it will catapult what is already the most beautiful capital city in the country to a whole new level. Unfortunately for Hobart, the Liberal government has kept changing its leaders and ministers and never made any money available for the delivery of that plan. It was only when the AFL came to town and said that they had other plans that the government opened their wallets. And so it's really important that we do what we can, if we can, to try and fill this gap in Tasmania's credibility around the delivery of an Aboriginal cultural centre. So for those 3 reasons, I am supporting the motion. Okay, Councillor Dutta, did you want to sum up at all?
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, for me, I think it is important to note that the order states a number of points that we need to be careful of. That's all I'm saying. And there will be assets and roads. It will be transferred to us. Who will maintain it? Who will contribute towards it? The northern access road is also an issue. So there are issues that we really need to, with a cool and calm head, to say now, what is our role in this? And so I want to finish up by saying, history will judge us if we stood silently by and said nothing. I think it is our duty, my duty, as an elected member, to bring this to the attention of the other elected members, based on facts, on order, based on fact of the statements made by the Minister, and therefore I recommend this to you. I urge you, I'm not in any way compulsoring you, but I'm urging you, appealing to you to vote for this. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favour of the motion.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. 27(1) C. So, opinion and meeting procedure is contrary to the Act. So the meeting procedure 26, debate at a council meeting, section 8, the chairperson of a council meeting may note a foreshadowed motion given by a councillor. I foreshadowed a motion to defer. You even asked, you did acknowledge it, and you also asked me why, and motion to defer.
Forget about that. And normally, if you're moving a procedural motion, you just jump up and start it. So I'm sorry you didn't.
Obviously, I wanted that debate because everyone was prepared to speak. So.
Okay, so Councillor Coates has got a procedural motion to defer. Would anyone like to second that? Alderman Zuko, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. No. Show of hands, all those in favour of deferring.
In favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
And against?
Against, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor. 6-5.
The deferral is lost, and I will now put the motion up.
Can I just ask a question, please? What's the process, because we've had 2 procedural motions, when they need a second or not? Because sometimes they didn't have a seconder and other times they do have a seconder.
They should always have a seconder, I think.
I didn't think with procedural motions they had a seconder.
Oh,
It's been treated two different ways in the same night.
Okay. Sorry, my mistake. Okay.
Scrub me off the list, please. Scrub me off the list.
All right, so we're now going to vote on Councillor Dutta's motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zerko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, that's carried.
What was the vote, please?
6 votes to 5. So
Only if Councillor Passault was here, would have been lost.
Alderman Zerko. I'm going to move on now to item 23, which is response to questions without notice. Would someone like to move that they're received and noted? All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 24 is questions without notice. Any questions without notice? Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, I note the new website has gone up and it's got significant projects from Macquarie Point listed. My question is, why is it that UTAS has been removed as a special project with its own page on the Hobart Council website? I might be wrong because it's a new website. I can't find it.
Ms McKibben, would you like to answer that question?
Through you, Lord Mayor. So we had a chat with internally, and because there's no current sort of special projects underway, it's considered archived. So nothing's ever deleted from our website. It's archived, and all of the information is publicly available through a variety of mechanisms. So the point of the City of Hobart website is for current projects, current activities. So there's nothing deemed as current at the moment from our involvement point of view.
So a supplementary question. Councillor Lohberger and I had a motion in May last year which talked about the current position of the City of Hobart in regards to Save UTAS and the move into the city. I guess my question is, could that motion be reviewed by officers and in light of a decision to remove the UTAS move as an item from the City of Hobart website?
Oh, yeah.
They can review the motion.
We can have a look at it.
Thanks.
Other questions? Any other questions?
I just had one, Lord Mayor. Given that the Council has passed a motion supporting the redevelopment of a STEM centre at Sandy Bay campus, which was just referred to by my colleague, and given that several STEM faculties are located on the land proposed to be rezoned for housing by UTAS with no concurrent plan announced to relocate those faculties, why hasn't the Council objected to the UTAS plan to rezone part of the upper campus that includes these multiple STEM faculties? It's just really related to the public question we got tonight.
We answered it. I think it is in response to that question, I would say.
What's that?
Well, there's no formal decision of the council on that matter, nor has there been one sought. So,
okay. If there's no more questions, Councillor Dutta.
Thank you. Just one question. With regards to the Wellington Pass Trust, the Constitution and the two members, is it right that there have to be 2 members and not 2 elected members on the trust?
My understanding of that, Councillor Dutta, as it fell out during the debate, was there was correspondence from the trust to us telling that it was up to the city to appoint either a councillor or an officer. So if you work backwards, their constitution must obviously provide for either or they wouldn't have advised us on that point.
My question was that the trust constitutes of 2, a number of members, but there are 2 representatives from Hobart City Council, and it does not say 2 elected members. That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could I just make a comment on that? The trust
No, sorry,
the
Councillor
council can
Kelly.
appoint anyone they want. It doesn't have to be elected member or officer.
All right. Is there any further questions?
I say that. I mean, really.
Is there any further questions?
No.
We'll move on to the closed portion of the meeting. If someone would like to move a motion into the closed, moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by